Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Lydia Washington, for being here first. Also, thank you to Connie Balmer. There we are, Connie Balmer. And let's see, Helen G. Elaine Parker. CB is here. Pamela Vickers Tuttle. Mad World. Empress Energy for Life. Okay. Marcia Ware. Perlina Answer. Veronica Quick. And a host of others. Yes, thank you all so much for being here. So, as you know, this is the Sunday Roundup. And this is like the third Sunday that we've done this. So let me see here. I made sure that we're going to start at the older, like from Monday, and then we'll count our way up to Sunday. Yeah, because I did it the other way around, and that just didn't make sense. I was just going over what I talked about last night first. That ain't good. Okay. Let's see here. Jacqueline Rippey, thank you for being here. Carlita Simone, Compton Caligal, Rodney Jackson. Hello, hello, and hello. Tara Lovett, thank you for being here. All right. So, oh, wait, I don't need to do that. I need to do. Wait. Yeah, I need to do that. So if I do that, that was that. Look at there. My new system is already confusing me. Wait a darn minute. Am I missing something? These are still not in order. Oh, fudge. Wait a minute. Wait, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Mm-mm-mm. You know what? I thought I had a system. Okay, let me try this then. Okay. And I go there. Does that work? Oh, okay. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I see what I did. I'm missing one. That's what I did. I need. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. All right. I see what I did. Never mind. I got it. Oh, but wait, it's right there. So it's where it's supposed to be. Got it. Whew. That was the hell with it. We'll just do this one, whatever it is. Let me just get myself out of there. Yes, Harry, that's a good start. All right. So it's hard to believe that we started our week with the queen of jam, the jam queen. As I said before, like Cy Sperling of Hair Club for Men, not only is she the founder of the company, she's also one of their best customers. As evident. Um, oh no. Okay. All right, let me do this. Okay, so what do you need to know? The As Ever brand criticism escalate after jam maker Donna Collins reportedly called Meghan Sussex's apricot spread a failed jam, though she later denied making the remark and accused the media of misrepresentation. You know what? That does happen. Despite increasing inventory nearly tenfold, Meghan's second As Ever launch sold out within hours. Hard to believe that that was just this week. Was it this week? Yeah. Anyway, the thing that's really interesting about um, Donna, whatever her name is that she didn't actually taste it. And that should come as no surprise to anyone that she didn't actually taste it. And yet she has all kind of opinions about it. So again, that should not be a surprise because there were people who did not see the oh gosh, what is it? The With Love Meghan, and they had all kind of opinions about it. So why should she be any different? So all right. Oh, Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. Okay. And so right there, Meghan Markle slammed by jam expert. That's what they called her. After products sell out, Meghan Markle's new products faces quality concerns despite high demand. And then, of course, Meghan Markle runny apricot spread slammed by jam expert Donna Collins. There's no excuse for this. How would they know when this came out? It was the 22nd, right? These articles came out on the 22nd. And if I'm correct, didn't we have our opportunity to buy everything on the 21st? So, what the? How do they keep doing this? It's called the tabloid media hate campaign. Now, take a look here. We don't let that bother us because you see this? Note to self, let's summer. Oh my goodness, I cannot see that, can I? Hold on a second. I'm going to have to make that bigger. Anyway, those were the tweets that Meghan posted after the launch of the products. And I'll just say on her behalf, she was very appreciative. So that, of course, being the 23rd. Ah, there it is right there. There it is right there. It says, let's do something extraordinary today. That's what it says. Meghan, a little behind the scenes. Let me cue up that video for you because I do have the little behind the scenes video. So I'm going to go through these kind of quickly. So if you all did not feel like watching a 3-hour Royal Sussex, you may possibly get a chance to see it. Something that you may have missed. I hope so. Hello to Dolores Williams. Thank you so much for being here. Winsome Jones, thank you so much for the super sticker. And as always, thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Okay. Where are we going to go with that? We got to get that queued up. Now, that is for the behind the scenes. Oh, that was that nice video that I didn't make the video. I just changed it so I wouldn't get in trouble with the copyright. Isn't that right? Yeah, I just changed the to avoid the copyright police, the copyright popo. So Ah, there it is right there. I can't believe it's right there where I need it. All right. So that was a little bit of behind the scenes. So again, note to self, let's do something extraordinary. Now, this also happened. Will's Middle East piece is my life mission. Zandy Sussex, who is one of these several squaddies that is constantly trolling the Left Behind Royals, Where's Willie? And this had to do with the fact that we were on the verge of WW3, and had William applied himself a little harder, maybe we wouldn't have got so near to being annihilated. But fortunately, cooler heads have prevailed. And anyway, I didn't take him serious when he said that. Kate and William labeled staggeringly out of touch and told to take a lesson from King and Camilla. Well, we know that Charles spent, oh gosh, what was it? 4 straight days in the hot sun, the hot glaring sun, at the Royal Ascot. Now he is almost twice the age of his son and daughter-in-law, and yet there he was, showing a great deal of stamina and embarrassing the other Left Behind Royals. It was really, it was. We're going to get into that. That was what shocked me most this week, was the seemingly obvious negative headlines for William and Kate. So there he is. They shared this 4 images of him Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Charles has delighted Ascot racegoers for 4 consecutive days in a display that proves that at 76, the monarch has staying power. Now, this all is happening, hi, Sonia Johnson, with the backdrop of Charles being trolled by William, who constantly talks about the fact that he is going to change all kind of stuff. I think that is rude, it's morbid, and inexcusable. Oh, Connie Balmer, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you as always for watching Royal Sussex. And Connie, are you over your cold and everything? Or is everything, it's like it never happened? I hope so. So over here on the right, it says, meanwhile, King Charles, who continues weekly cycle of cancer treatment, has taken part in the royal procession every day so far at Royal Ascot. The media hopped on the bandwagon thinking Will and Kate was their future. They are now stuck with 2 lazy people with 0 social skills. No matter how many times they attack Harry and Meghan, they will never turn Kate and William into the golden couple. Never. It's like putting lipstick on a queen consort. See what I did there? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that. No, I won't. I will not. Stuff like that. I don't address things like that unless it has reached a certain level. But pay no attention to those things. Pay no attention to those things. Don't do the work of the trolls. It is nothing to address. Don't do the work of the trolls. We have a pretty high threshold at Royal Sussex before we actually start to comment on stuff like that. So we wait, we watch, and we wait until it makes sense. But given Harry's very vigorous appearance, what was it, just yesterday? Then we can probably assume that that's nothing but a bunch of hooey. So yeah, we don't address that stuff. Uh, Church Nelly, 46 months of, I was about to say citizenship, 46 months of membership. And hello to you too. Thank you so much for the 46 months of membership. Hello, Mad World. Okay. Veronica Quick, did I say hello to you? Mama Janet, I know I did not say hello to you, so hello. All right. Remember, this is the weekly roundup. Now, one of my favorite trolls for the royal family is Graham Smith. A busy week for William, apparently. 3 whole engagements in which he'll meet some people. That's less than a day's work for the whole week. So 3 engagements didn't add up to a day's work for the average working class person. And then, of course, how Prince William will reign and shake up the monarchy. Prince of Wales is thinking a lot about how things will evolve. You know what? I think I thinketh too much, because he is getting on his father's nerves. It's very morbid, and I think is inappropriate. It continues here. It says, what he'll change and what he'll do his way as he turns 43. That's all he is. I thought he was 53. My definitive portrait of the next king. Now, that is from Roy Anika. Roy Anika seems to have been recruited by Kensington Palace, meaning William and his people. She seems to have been recruited to give almost line by line representation of everything William wants to say about being king. Now, I don't know that to be true. I'm just alleging that she is his mouthpiece for this whole transition, even though his father is still alive. You wouldn't know it by the way he's talking. Prince William says he wants to carry out duties with a smaller R in the royal. Now, when I read about William saying that he'll change certain things, I went back to that article on the right side, which of course I had in my archives. Prince of Wales says he wants to approach engagements differently and to focus on helping people. Again, it was bad enough that William and Kate were pretty much calling themselves the next royals while Queen Elizabeth was alive. And now that she's gone, they have not slowed down a bit. They are still, I think that you create like an aura of negativity around you when you are wishing something like that. Like they say, if you're going to dig a hole for me, best dig one for yourself too. Amen. Because you don't know what's going to happen. Let me see. Next queen. Let me see how easy it is to find that. I wanted to show you a good example of what I'm speaking of. uh, Let me see here. Okay. Do I have that handy? It doesn't look like it, so I'm going to keep it moving. Huh. Aha, there it is. This is what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for. You see that? This is how they tormented Charles and Camilla while the Queen was still alive. All of these magazine covers are from the time of Elizabeth II, King and Queen. There's another King and Queen, King and Queen. You know these titles are coming from Kensington Palace. Take the throne in big letters. Kate prepares to be queen. Are they insane? Royal mom, future queen? Why are they leapfrogging over those other two? Now, listen, I don't have a particular love for any of those four misfits, but I'm just showing you this example of how they have done. They're doing the most. They're doing too much, and I'm thinking that right now they are paying the price for it. I think they pushed a little bit too hard, and now they are paying the price for it. So, and good for them. Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off? Nope, that wasn't it. It was, nope, this one. There we go. Let me see. Now, if you take a look there, ask about whether he was trying to do royal engagements in a different way. He said, I can only describe what I am trying to do, and that's trying to do it differently. And I'm trying to do it for my generation. Oh my goodness. Charles is ready to break dance again because he wants so desperately to bring young people into his orbit, right? They have been having content creators from TikTok at some of these events trying to, I guess, ingratiate themselves with a younger crowd, only for William to come right behind all of these things that the palace is putting in place and remind people that Charles is from another generation and that Charles is basically on his way out. I'm glad Charles isn't on some device because William would probably, well, I tell you what, he needs to keep a couple of armed Pinkerton guards next to him, not the Royal Protection Officers. They might side with Willie, but he needs his own security. Let me see. On philanthropic collaboration, convening and helping people. I'm also going to throw empathy in there as well. You know what? He makes it sound like he's like cooking something by taste. Yeah, I'm going to put a little olive oil. Okay, now I'm going to put some capers, and then I'm going to throw a little empathy in there just for good measure. Because I really care about what I do. It helps impact people's lives. William just wants attention. He wants all the adulation, but he doesn't want to do the work. I think we could do some more empathetic leadership around the world. Empathetic leadership, you know what that sounds like? That sounds like he's going to try to do something with politics and he's going to be in trouble with Downing Street. Number 10 is going to put a bee in his bonnet. Graham Smith says, translation, he wants to use his family to cover for not doing anything. Millions of people have families who are the most important thing in their lives. They also have to work full time, earning 0.1% of what William is giving this PR is as offensive as it is shameless. So thank goodness for Graham Smith. Hey, Antoinette Kennedy. And you know what? Wherever Graham Smith lets off, Antoinette Kennedy picks up. There you go. So yeah, Graham Smith makes sure that those royals keep looking over their shoulder, because you know what? He's got their number. Okay, so I am, this is my favorite thing about the week. I don't know if I said something else was, but this right here, this whole thing with Rebecca English trying to help Kate Middleton. So you got Roy Anika speaking for William. You have Rebecca English trying to keep Kate from being completely and utterly obliterated by the palace. And let me see, who's speaking for Charles? I think everybody is just taking up the charge for Charles, right? But I think Roy Anika is focused on William, and Rebecca English is trying to save Kate Middleton from herself. So it says right here, what I'm hearing about Kate's royal future after her sudden absence from Ascot, and why it was a startling reminder of her grueling cancer battle. Now, there was only one person amongst us, and I don't want to out that person, who said that the descriptions of Kate's treatment, they heard it before. I don't believe that they mentioned before any of the more intimate details of Kate's treatment. They left everything very vague and ambiguous, and deliberately so. So in the wake of Princess of Wales' non-appearance at Royal Ascot last week, I have been trying to work out what's really going on behind the scenes. Is it on behind the scenes? What's really going on behind? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now this is Rebecca English. She doesn't have to try to sort it out. She's practically there. She's practically there. She's part of it. You know how they say, well, I was in it, but not of it. No. She's all that. Now, as someone told me at the time, some weeks you see her a lot, others not. It's a movable feast, and one that continues in the same vein. Now, this is her trying to explain why Kate was absent. But listen, the absence never mentioned illness. This is gaslighting. She's trying to get us to draw a conclusion without saying it. For some reason, they are hesitating to say that Kate was under the weather. I don't think Kate wants to convey that message. I think Kate was flexing, right? And she wants people to know that she's doing as she damn well pleases. I think that that's the overall message. I'm doing what I want to do. I don't think she cares that people are assuming that she's just being lazy. Now, I do apologize. I do know that some people have thought of some really interesting things that I didn't see at all, and I like to give credit for that. So sometimes I can only say that someone said, but someone said it may have been Hazel Jones, it may have been Legs, I don't remember. But you know what? I just had a senior moment. I forgot what someone said. Oh, well, never mind. It'll come back to me. Someone said that this had to do, okay, it wasn't Legs. It was Beverly McCaskill. I think it was Beverly McCaskill who said that this had to do with Kate being angry that her eldest child is not going to the school of her choice, a co-ed school, but instead he's going to go to Eton because that's what William wants. As a matter of fact, if you guys watch Celebitchy, they also mentioned that, as they put it, Kate seems to go along with everything. Why is she, you know, taking a stand with something that she cannot win, right? Why try to take a stand with that? But they said that her absence was actually her flexing, and that, oh, okay, let me continue because we'll get to the essence of this. She wants to find the right balance. That was the operative word, the right balance between royal duty and home, or something like that. The Princess of Wales, future queen, but in order for her to do it both now and in the future, she needs to get this right. Okay, let me go down here. And again, normality is returning, but Catherine herself said balance is key. She did not say that she was ill. That is why I understand we won't see the princess in public this week, but we are very likely to see her at Wimbledon, as if there was any doubt. Why you guys think I used that background with the tennis balls? Which starts Monday the 30th. Oh, that's tomorrow, isn't it? In her role as the royal patron of All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club. So, in other words, it's like you don't know the words to the song, so you just get loud on the part you know. That's what she's doing. She's getting loud, or she's going to show up for the parts that she likes. So you had William in Hello Magazine spoke exclusively to royal insiders for his insight into how the Prince of Wales will approach his reign. So again, William's talking about his reign, and Kate is talking about balance. Now, this happened. This lady was trying to get them to put those signs down saying that they would spook the horses, which didn't make sense because the horses have seen those signs, some of everywhere at this point. Now, I believe certain noises might startle them. Years ago in Chicago, we had cows on parade, right? We had cows that were themes, right? Like there was one called London Cow, which the cow had one of those big, palace guard hats, and it was painted and styled to look like one of the palace guards. There was another one, which was my favorite because the name was so cute. It was called Cow Man Miranda, like Carmen Miranda. And it was a cow that was fixed up like Carmen Miranda. Carmen Miranda cow. And they called it Carman. Anyway, it was super cute. And that is, those cows actually startled the horses, the police horses, and those carriage rides in the city. The horses were startled. So they had to introduce the horses to these fake cows because their primal instinct said that something was about to leap out and attack them. So horses can be spooked by inanimate objects, but those signs, those placards, I'm not buying that, y'all. I'm not buying that. Okay. Now, let us continue. Adrian Burrows, thank you so much for being here. And see there, no placards, but guess what happened? Now, I'm going to go from left to right. If you go left, you can see that one horse is rearing up. If you look at the middle photo, you can see that the lady riding the horse is actually facing the wrong way. See it in the corner on the right side? And then if you go to the right photo, she's going back the wrong direction. Now, there's no placards. What spooked that horse? We don't know. We don't know. I mean, obviously, the horse must have saw something that startled it. Something in the crowd scared the bejesus out of it. Something caused that primal instinct to fight or flight. Something. As though there was some creature, that there was some being, some type of mammal that they've never seen before. Something not of this earth. Well, can you blame the cow, the horses, that they saw something that triggered their primal instincts to fight or flight? I don't blame them. That would have scared me. So yeah, there you go. And you can see this lady has a high vis jacket. The horse has neon and everything, that neon color. The horse seems pretty calm, if you ask me, so long as it doesn't see anything that causes that primal instinct to fight or flight. And of course, take a look there. That was one of the fun things this week, is that you could see the king and the queen consort actually waving to the protesters, which they've done that before. And these people right here were trying to convince the guards at Buckingham Palace to take this notice of overdue and give it to Charles. And of course, they were having none of it. But, and of course, the lady told the joke, well, you know, this placard is too large. I mean, this notice is too large to go into a letterbox. Well, you should have thought about that before you left home, but they refused to accept it. So, whatever. But yeah, it was kind of fun, though. I would say it was kind of fun. All right. Let me see. Oh, I know where that is. I know where that is. Let me do this. All right. Whatever will be, will be. Okay. All right. Don't fail me now. That's it right there. Yeah, it's a £4 billion invoice. That's what it is. A £4 billion invoice. That's what they were trying to deliver.
We were wondering, can we hand this to you to be delivered to Charles? It's an invoice for the £500 million he's costing us every year. All right, cool. It's a bit big for the letterbox, though, at £4 billion. Yeah, sure. Okay. Are you sure you can't take it? Just pass it over for us.
I don't know if you could hear that, but the guard recommends to them to try DHL. He said, I'm sure DHL can handle it. What? My first as ever order is being filled. I will be receiving my honey apricot jam teas, crepes, as they say in France. clips. And I can't wait to make my clips. I'm French. It sounds like I'm clearing my throat, right? With jam. All right. I wonder if I got an email and just haven't seen it yet. Let me check. See if I got an email myself. Nope, I didn't get one. So I'm still waiting for my apricot jam. Yep, I did not get one. Okay. Of course, it could be in the spam. That can and will happen. It could be in the spam. Nope, I don't see it. Oh well, not so important right now, but I will look out for it. But congratulations, Antoinette, and I do hope you enjoy your purchase as soon as it arrives. I actually went and got myself some of that Irish butter without the salt so that I can bake my cookies in the coming days. Take a look there. While the popularity of Meghan Sussex keeps growing, that of the royal family keeps declining. They have sent out their British media machine mouthpieces and the bots to attack Meghan's as ever to take the attention away from that fact. And of course, I didn't notice this, but I believe it was Legs that shared with me on her own terms. That is what Meghan said with that wonderful podcast with Emma. Yeah, on her own terms. This is trolling in the worst possible way. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. This idea that imitation is the best form of flattery or blah 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 blah. It is an insult. It is an insult to try to attempt to steal someone's identity, to try and steal someone's image so that the line between one person and the next is blurred because you're doing your best to dress like them, to push magazines into these quotes. And of course, the magazines must do the quoting because if it was left to Kate to come up with some clever quote that people actually repeat, I don't think that most people have the linguistic skills to carry out any type of message or quote from Kate. You would have to forget everything you know about the English language and start off from that of the level of maybe a 4-year-old. Yeah, if you go back to age 4, well, after all, Meghan said she had a baby brain. Meghan said she had a baby brain. I'm starting to think over what the meaning of that was. I know it meant that, you just had a child and you're preoccupied with your child. But I'm wondering if baby brain does not take on a wholly different meaning. I guess we'll never know. But yeah, in order to try to mimic Kate, you have to forget everything you know about the English language. And you just start off at a level of that of, say, at kindergarten or first grader at the most. I mean, what would that sound like?
Well, obviously it'd be. I would love to have met her, and she's obviously she's an inspirational woman to look up to. Obviously to this day, and going forward and things. It is, it's a wonderful family. The members who I've met have achieved a lot, and very inspirational. So yeah, I do.
No, you don't, and that is why you're in trouble. It ain't that you do, it's that you can't. You just simply can't. You can't. But yeah, so there you go. Now, Kate Middleton trades her red carpet BAFTA gown for a Lux Beach vacation bikini. Obviously, that is an old article, but it shows where her priorities are. Like if you take a look on the right, the excuses they keep coming up with are quite baffling. The Rangers are saying that the hot weather on what is it? What is the TTs? Now, see, I always have to look at that again. Oh, yes, Trooping the Color might have exhausted Kate, but should be may have exhausted, right? Anyway, like we forget how Kate Middleton opted for the warmth of mesquite over BAFTA. Oh, that was this year, wasn't it? Yes, that was this year. And the press did not make any fuss about it. So this whole thing about Kate missing days, good days and bad days, I noticed that Rebecca English just totally swerved when it came to the Isle of Mystique. They were at a palatial, luxurious villa on the Isle of Mystique rather than at the BAFTA Awards. That they can get away with this is outrageous. It is outrageous. And they want us to feel ashamed of ourselves for even asking certain questions. Well, we have to because you sure as heck ain't going to do it. Hi, Joan Garcia. Now, despite Prince William's role as the BAFTA president, neither he nor Kate Middleton will be in attendance at this year's award ceremony. What is the taxpayers paying them for? They just decided that their presence, which would have drawn attention to the British film industry, was not important enough for them to show up. They went on vacation. Now, is Charles so ill that they're trying to squeeze in as much vacation time now because later on they may not have the opportunity to do it? I don't think it matters. When they are ready to go, they are going to pack their bags, or someone's going to pack it for them, and they're just going to go. There's no such thing as them not going where they want to go whenever they want to go there. They did the same thing when Queen Elizabeth was at the, the Commonwealth Day. I think it was back in 2017. They went skiing. They were like, oh, I can't be bothered. I simply can't be bothered. And so they just took off and went skiing. During some of the most crucial moments in their duties, they just take off. Now, the big difference is before the press really chastised William for that. But this time around, it seems like they have turned their sights on Kate. They didn't do anything about the ski trip, or that is the Isle of Mystique with the BAFTA. They wait until it's Kate herself and not William. You see that? They didn't say anything about them going skiing when they took all those photos recently because William was there. But absent William, if Kate calls off, they're going to be all over her like a cheap suit. When she went on multiple vacations this year, by the way, that's continued from before. Okay, where's the balance? when she went on multiple vacations this year. By the way, didn't she say that a lot of water and sunlight helped her heal from the alleged cancer? And don't forget, people did criticize her because of her saying that water and bright sunlight, even though certain treatments for cancer, the one thing you want to avoid is direct sunlight. You shouldn't be out there in that heat. But Kate's like, oh no, that's what I did with my mystery illness. That's what I did. I went and got some sunlight and drank some water, walked in the forest, invited a film crew, a director, who else? The producers, and so on and so forth, a makeup artist. That's what I do is I just go out to the forest and I take a makeup artist and a film crew with me, also a hairstylist, so that when I go out to get some of that sunlight, I'll look my best just in case they decide to record it. Prince William and Kate Middleton at Troop in Color, June the 14th, the former royal staff member elaborated, telling the Daily Beast, Kate is recalibrating her life, and I think they're just quoting Rebecca English. It's okay, balance and recalibrate. Okay. Her entire work-life balance Wednesday was a wake-up call, not a one of. What wake-up call? She did not say she was sick. What is she waking up from? She didn't say she was sick. You didn't say she was sick. She don't want people to think she was sick. She wants people to know that she's the boss and she's not going to the darn Royal Ascot. And if you guys are feeling sorry for her, let me remind you that if she was so terribly ill, why was her mama at the Royal Ascot? If she was so under the weather, then Carol Middleton should have been with her. William should have stayed home with her. The truth is, she, in all likelihood, she was not sick. She didn't say she was sick. See how that works out? And so Rebecca English is trying to gaslight us about Kate's illness when Kate did not say she was sick. Nothing points to illness. I read this regarding Katie stepping back. Sounds like the booing got to her. Yes, the booing at Troop in the Color must have hurt her feelings. And from that, she decided to crawl into a mental hole and just stay there until she felt better. As Kay said, yeah, the boos from Troop in the Color that caused the chaos, apparently she can't handle public attention and the criticism that comes with it. Ain't that what they told Meghan? Just suck it up, Buttercup. That's part of the role. We've all gone through it. Easy come, easy go. Find a fool and bump his head. All that glitters is not gold. Some you win, some you lose. Give me another one. What goes up must come down. Que sera, sera. Come on, you guys, help me out. I'm running out of them. That's the way the cookie crumbles. 2 tears in a bucket. Come on now, give me something. Give me something. I'm running out. I'm losing steam. I don't have any more old sayings. Yes, slow. What? I never heard that one. Well, yeah, what goes around comes around. It is what it is. Oh, yeah, you guys are on fire. Okay, I got another goes around, comes around. Let me see. If you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen. Yes, that's a good one. Go along to get along. Okay, I like this. The lies you tell will come back to haunt you. Uh-huh. Let me see. Did I miss any of them? Did I say easy come, easy go? Okay, slow your roll. Okay, I got it. Slow your roll. You reap what you sow. Yes. Okay. Mess with a bull and you'll get the horns. All right. Boomerang. Okay. You're slow. Let me see. I'm saying if you're, let me stop that right there. Okay. I'm saying if you're slow, you blew it. Okay. Let me see. The moment on the lip, a lifetime on the hips. Let me see. Mama said there'll be days like this. There'll be days like this. My mama said, there'll be days like this. There'll be days like this. My mama said. All right. The more you cry, the less you pee. Your tears don't bother me. Come on. Let me see. Today for me, tomorrow for you. Okay. All right, you guys. That was excellent. I think they got the point. I think loose lips sink ships. Okay, we're going back to the war days. Okay. Well, I think they got the point. Kate and her team are digging a massive hole for her every time they speak. How can you say 3 engagements in 1 week is too much when there aren't even full day affairs? Oh, yes. What does that do? Do as we say, not as we do. Yes, do what we say and not. What did I miss here? When you plant corn, you get corn. Okay. Don't let the door. Oh, yeah. Don't let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. All right. Oh, man. Okay. So in the order of the garter was literally on her property. Yeah, she didn't have to go anywhere for that. This is so incredibly disrespectful to the millions of people who still have to work while getting cancer treatment. I am no fan of Charles, but he is doing so much more and appears way sicker. Hello, People's Duchess. Oh, what did I miss over there? Oh, why Catherine's sudden absence from the Royal Ascot was a timely reminder of her grueling health battle and what the future holds. I'm telling you guys, Rebecca English was trying to gaslight us. In order to help Kate save face, Rebecca English kept pushing this narrative. If Kate went through so much, why are we talking about her treatment now? If you're so sure that the public understands, why are you telling us this? She couldn't make it, period. But they are drawing more attention. They have a knack for turning something rather innocuous and meaningless into something so much bigger because they're trying to cover up. And remember, the cover up is usually far worse than the actual crime. If I was them, I'd just keep my mouth shut. Now, a few days ago in a video, something, okay, what is that? RE? Was that Royal Expert said KP told her that Kate didn't cancel her appearance at the last minute, but instead she didn't have planned to attend. But now in the article, she's confirming that Kate actually canceled her appearance in the last minute. So KP was lying. Yeah. It's just as oh gosh. Who was that? Gosh, what was it? Let me see here. What was I going to say? But now the article is confirming Kate actually canceled. Oh gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. It was something related to this. Anyway, oh, Henry VIII. I'm going to come to it anyway, but Henry VIII said she was so confused as to why this very easy to explain situation, all you have to do is say Kate didn't feel well. But for some reason, they keep trying to explain something that does not need an explanation. Now you're making me wonder, what is the big deal? Why are we still talking about it? I Am Sage says stories like this are actually good because it's going to turn more people off from the royal family. When Kate, who no longer has cancer, is coddled for doing the bare minimum, whereas other cancer patients still have to work a full-time job and feed their families. There is no grueling work. Let me see. What am I? Okay. About her health battle. No grueling. Okay. This is nothing grueling about her health battle when she went on 2 ski vacations and the island of Mystique. And she's about to go on another 3-month vacation after she attends the Wimbledon finals, of course. She will never miss Wimbledon. And you guys, I want you to think about something. One of the things that is so important to the Derangers, and in some regards, very important to the Royal Rota, and that is the need to pit one woman against the other, or in this case, to pit the perfect English rose against the straight out of Compton, almost straight out of Compton princess. Pit one against the other. That is one of their favorite sports. But they won't have the opportunity to do that if Kate is MIA for 3 months. That's 3 months that they're going to have to be very creative to explain that Kate is here, Kate is there, Kate is doing this, Kate is doing that, when there's no Kate to be seen. They are, they're playing in our faces. They're literally playing in our faces. Muriel, it's been such a long time. Let me see. Ozempic Becky, who used to call Kate lazy and a gold digger not long ago, we have the receipts. I know you do. I know you do. You always have the receipts. Yeah, she used to call her lazy, and now she can't say enough nice things about Kate. Make it make sense. Okay, take that away. And of course, oh, you know what? You know what? Since it's right there, let me just do this anyway. Since it's right there, you can hear the double talk that was used to try to explain this. Mm, let me see. MG, thank you so much for the Cash App, and thank you so much for being here this Sunday. All right. Okay. My phone is kind of doing something. All right, I got it, and I got it.
Ascot issued their carriage list as normal, and indeed, as we expected, the Princess of Wales was in it for their husband. But 22 minutes later, I received a message from Kensington Palace to say no, this had been issued in error, and in fact, the Princess of Wales was not going to be here. Now, they assured me straight away that there was nothing to worry about, but this was Ascot issued their carriage list as normal, and indeed, as we expected, the Princess of Wales was in it for their husband. But 22 minutes later, I received a message from Kensington Palace to say no, this had been issued in error, and in fact, the Princess of Wales was not going to be here. Now, they assured me straight.
So she tried to explain it. I am no more informed now than I was a few days ago. I still don't understand. You're trying to say that she had made it known well in advance that she would not be there. But it has been common knowledge for ever since that day that there was a scramble at the last minute because they did not know that she was not coming. It's not like they received a fax over the wire that said she wasn't coming days before the event. It was 15 minutes before her scheduled appearance. They found out that she was not there, period. There's no other way to look at it. Rebecca English went on camera to try to explain the unexplainable. Yes, lies and more lies. That's exactly what's happening here. Lies and more lies. Okay. So Celebici, remember when QE2 told then Kate Middleton to get a job? And also, I want to remind you guys that I realize that sometimes when I post images of, when I have slides, and I actually forget that some of people that watch Royal Sussex or listen to Royal Sussex may actually watch Royal Sussex on a 70-inch television screen or a 60-inch television screen. And I have to bear in mind that certain images may be jarring to some people. It could be deemed unsettling. It could cause nightmares, headaches, fever, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, chronic halitosis. There are so many conditions that may evolve from leaving images like this on someone's living room, television, family room, and God forbid the bedroom. I mean, what if you doze off and you wake up and, you know what I'm saying? So I guess what I'm trying to say is I will be more mindful of how often and of course how long that I leave uh, these abominable images on your television screen, lest we should burn out your cornea or somehow irritate the optic nerve. Yeah, one must be careful. Now, there is one of the funny things from this week. I noticed that the young man seems to be fixated on something that he noticed while they trundled Camilla, the Queen Consort, into Westminster Abbey. They literally trundled her in there. And the young man obviously took notice of the very unusual footwear that is required for the Queen Consort. When you're half human and half hooved beast from biblical times, you just can't wear ordinary shoes. Amen. So if you notice, this is what he was staring at. The clippity clop of Camilla trundling inside of the Westminster Abbey. That must have been quite a sight. You know, it's just like once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know what I mean? And there he is, minding his own business. And all of a sudden, out the corner of his eye, he catches what appears to be a very bespoke, artisanal shoes for the Queen Consort. And if I'm correct, I think possibly millions of people noticed those shoes. Like even here, the poor kid is supposed to be looking at his hymn book, and all he could do is look down at those shoes. He just cannot stop looking at them. Those big, massive, unusual shoes. And then, of course, even some of the viewers at home noticed those shoes. I don't know what made her go with that for Coronation Day, but you know, I guess if you move slow enough, people won't notice. But what a big sloppy mess. Oh, that was anticlimactic seeing her, wasn't it? What? Now, look who was in Chicago. Ismaila Yousaf. She was in Chicago enjoying Millennium Park, Chicago-style pizza, the Riverwalk. She also enjoyed bowling, some indoor basketball game, and the beautiful architecture. I mean, a real legend. Didn't she win the Nobel Peace Prize? I just cannot believe it that she was so close to me. Magical City, Chicago. I can't wait to see you very soon again. Wow, that is nice. You guys know that according to Condé Nast, the publishers of Vogue and Vanity Fair or whatever, I don't know what other magazines, but I know Vogue. They say that for 8 years running, Chicago has been the number one city anywhere in the world to visit, according to the Condé Nast readers. They love Chicago. So if you're doing a staycation and you don't know where to go, there is plenty to do in Chicago during the summer months, well into the fall. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. World-class museums. The river tour is considered one of the number one activities that you can take anywhere in the world is the Chicago River Tour. It is spectacular. You can see some of the finest architecture. As a matter of fact, it really tells the story of the creation of the city. And there are several buildings along the river that either have turned 100 years old in the last couple of years, or they will be 100 years old between now and 1929. And I don't think I have to tell you why, right? Because during the war, the last skyscraper, the last high rise building in Chicago was finished around 1933 because of the stock market crash. Remember 1929? Well, by 1929, they had started their last project, finished the last project by 1933. And then after that, what happened? Well, there was a war. So between 1933 and the 1950s, there was no new high-rise construction here or New York or just about anywhere in the country. That's a little interesting history that you may not have known. But yeah, by the 1930s, the early 30s, they finished 30 Rockefeller Center Plaza. They were working on it at that time and didn't finish it until the war had already started. Okay, let's get on to the royals again. Marvel pays King Charles millions for Windsor location. Hollywood is coming to Windsor Castle. God, I hate that, because you know what? They'll never let us hear the end of it. They're going to say, Hollywood chose the Windsor Castle and the real royals and not Harry and Meghan. Hollywood doesn't want to use their house. Some of those little petty things that they say like that really grates on my nerves. I'm so tired of them with these childish outbursts about who likes who the most. The A-listers, they don't want to have anything to do with Harry and Meghan, but they love Charles and Godzilla and all the rest of those freaks. All the rest of those abominations and tiaras and such. They won't stop doing that. Okay, you guys, that was, gosh, we still got the rest of the week to go. How long? Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to step on you guys. That took me over an hour to get through that one day. It was as though I was doing the regular Royal Sussex. All right, we're going to pick up tempo here. We're going to pick up tempo. Now, goodbye, Kate. This looks like they're standing together, but this is some of my editorial work. I actually edited this photo so that it appears as though Harry and Meghan are in the same photo, but they certainly are not. Yeah, so that's one of my more recent projects. Really? I didn't think about that. So they were supposed to keep it hush hush, but they just blurted it out anyway because they couldn't wait to feel important. I'm just sick of those people. You hear me? Sick. I'm just sick of them. They're always making a big fuss about nothing. Okay. This is the end of Pride Month, Pride 2025. Oh, by the way, you guys, did you all see that? What city was that? Was it Prague? Or was it Budapest? Somewhere they had outlawed Pride Day celebrations. And they said between 100 and 200,000 people, it was somewhere in Eastern Europe, between 100 and 200,000 people hit the street to protest. And most of the people that came out, no pun intended, but most of the people who came out, they weren't actually gay. They were not lesbians. They were there because they were protesting for their human rights, for their rights to party. if that's what they want to do. What country was that? I know it was in Eastern Europe. What? I don't know. I didn't hear that. It was Budapest. Thank you, Stephen Black. It was Budapest, which, by the way, is a great city. I love Budapest. The only reason why I went there is because I had never been to Budapest. All right. This is what they, what was this? Okay, that was something that was, that was posted on the Archwell. They put these placards in Washington, D.C. It was Social Media Remembrance Day. That's what that was about. Okay. And don't forget, Concordia. There is an event in September, and Harry is going to be there. Just like last year. Remember, he went in September, and he was all over the place. I was so proud of him that day. Well, anyway, that is the same event, the Concordia something. There it is, celebrating 15 years for Concordia Global. Oh, let me see. I can barely see that. Oh, I know what I need to do. Let me make that bigger so I can see it. Okay, that's better. For 15 years, Concordia Global Community has come together, forged consensus, advanced causes, and found solution to the world's most pressing issues. Okay, and I'll leave it there. So anyway, there are tickets available if you want to go. See there? Prince Harry's going to be there. This is from last year, by the way. That's the 2024 lineup. Harry's going to come back for 2025. The reason why the launch day of Meghan Markle's new rosé wine has fans of Princess Diana rolling their eyes yet again. Now, this was written by Cameron Roy. That's that little punk that they hired. He is still a journalist, actually a writer for the Daily Fail trainee. They're training him to be obnoxious. That's what they're doing. They are training this kid to be obnoxious. So pay no attention to him. The 1st of July is also the anniversary of when the Sussexes first met one another. Actually, not met, but when they first spoke to each other, I think. Or whatever it was. Anyway, it was something to do with their relationship. The first time that they talked on social media, on the phone, I don't remember. But anyway, it's an important date to the Sussexes. That's all I know. So it may or may not have something to do with Diana's birthday. And if it does, it probably represents Diana, the English rose. And right here is, you can see some people push back. So no one is expected to breathe or do anything on that day. The royals have carried on with their activities on that day. I remember Camilla once had a literary party a few years ago on that day. The obligatory attacks on everything Meghan does belittles the royal family. It's all so divisive now. Someone else said, it's funny how the Daily Mail writes articles based on a few comments by crazy Harry and Meghan haters. No normal person has that time, has that time to scrutinize every tiny detail of a woman that they know is obsessive and disturbing. And lastly, perfect day to launch a rosé, considering Harry's mom is known as the English Rose. These fans of Diana don't own her. Harry and Meghan have more rights than any of them, her son and his wife. Hello. Hello. All right. So, to continue, what else do we have here? Archie and Harry missing from latest Meghan video starring Lilibet. So, maybe Archie and Harry are the ones working the camera. Next. Let me see. What I'm hearing, yeah, we heard that before. Look at Kate struggling. That's Kate trying to find balance. And that is Kate trying to, what was the other thing she said? She's trying to find her balance and something else. Oh, yeah. No, I forgot. Anyway. Why Kate Middleton and King Charles' simmering tensions just exploded in public? I would like to know that too. Yes. Anyway, I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but just a reminder, that for some reason, and we still don't know why, we may never know why, but this has become a very, very big issue. Kate's missing. Now, they said that Charles was angry because she was expected to ride in the carriage with him. Kate Middleton cancels her Royal Ascot appearance. She sure did. And there's Charles looking high and looking low for his daughter-in-law. That is Charles. If you could read his body language, what Charles is saying is, oh, Camilla, I know darn well that she did not blow me off. She should have been here by now. This is just like the coronation all over again. They were late for my coronation, and now she's late for the Royal Ascot. What is happening? That is the worst Charles. That is my worst King Charles impersonation ever. Let me quit while I'm ahead. I'm going to drink some water. I hear my voice getting kind of scratchy. Yeah, that was a terrible King Charles impersonation. Okay. So again, we're going to breeze right through these because I'm going way too slow. Oh, you know what? You see that? Why Kate needs to put her family, not the family, first in 2025. You know, Rebecca English wrote that. Why Kate needs to put her family, not the family, first in 2025. This is something that Rebecca English has been working on for the longest, trying to explain the unexplainable. Yes, that made him look angry, pathetic. Let me see. And why doesn't a single person in that family take on a... Yes, you know what? That's a good question. They should have a patronage. Why are they not taking on a patronage? And really, if they would just disclose the type of cancer they had, that could better focus funding for people that are struggling with that particular type of cancer. But they just won't do it. They will not do it. Interesting. And of course, body language expert, check it out. Charles will not make eye contact with William. Camilla is refusing to acknowledge William. She's actually talking to the, oh gosh, I think it's someone from the Middle East, a horse expert. That's who Camilla is talking to. They call him the horse whisperer. And that's why Camilla looked like she's hypnotized because, well, anyway, anytime that there is one of those horse whisperers around, they're the only ones that can get Camilla to shut up. And of course, William is not paying attention to his father. So take a look there. However, another source said that the late queen, who adored horse racing and considered attending the Royal Ascot races, one of the few truly fun public engagements she was obliged to carry out, would have been affronted that someone who had accepted the great honor of a coveted place in the carriage procession could fail to show up at the last minute. You guys, I don't care what Rebecca English says. Kate Middleton pulled out of the Royal Ascot at the last minute. Another source pointed out that Kate and William are simply not interested in horse racing. Now, why would they say that? Oh, yeah, I see. You just look at William's face, you could you can look at William's face. It's written all over his face. He don't want to be there. But look who is there. Look who's there for the open bar and the free canapes. Look who's there for the Royal Ascot Charcuterie board. It is none other than that Carol Middleton. She's got a new outfit on. I mean, she's just like what's her name? Patti LaBelle. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a new attitude. A new attitude. She's got a new attitude. Look at her. That's Kate's mama. She got a new attitude, y'all. All they had to do was say, yes, there is an open bar, and she'll be there. She probably got all kind of little cocktail bottles stuffed in her purse. I'm just kidding. That's for fun. I'm alleging she don't have any of those little cocktail bottles in her purse. But yes, that's Kate Middleton's mama. Kate is so ill that her mother, her husband, everybody decided that they would go to the Royal Ascot and leave Kate behind. It's almost as though she wasn't sick in the first place. I'm just saying, it all seems rather odd. It all seems rather odd. Okay. I got to look at some of your comments here. Sonia Johnson says, Kate Middleton, dear, be careful what you wish for. Cancer is nothing to play with. A lie will always find its way to the truth. So say the lady, so says the lady in black. Okay. I think she should just say what type of cancer it was and be done with it. Kate No-Show clearly caught everyone by surprise, including close friends who had been invited to join them in the royal box, including Thomas Straczynski, a godfather to their daughter, Princess Charlotte, Eton friend James Mead, an amateur jockey and businessman Sam Wally Cohen. William looked markedly somber and on arrival, but cheered up in the day when he was photographed having a drink with his pals. Kensington Palace did not respond to a request for comment. And you see there, chaos and panic break out at the palace over Kate Middleton's health. There was no notification. She just didn't show up. Okay, this is a quote from a squatty. This is a quote from one of the squatties. As I noted in an earlier story about Prince William's plans to attend some football matches in July, I find it interesting that William wasn't invited to participate in this photo call with Zelensky. Was William not invited, or did he just refuse to go? No one is saying, but this is exactly the kind of soft diplomacy which Charles was known for when he was Prince of Wales. William would rather tell everyone that he has no respect for his father or his father's reign, and that William plans to do everything differently when he's king, including barking at prime ministers and aiming for a medieval style vibe at his coronation. Well, 2 Charles loyalists have come out to note that Charles was very likely displeased with William's "I'm going to be king soon" birthday profile, that he was rather displeased. I bet you that's a monumental understatement. I think he wasn't just displeased, he was pissed. All right. It's not really new, a bit odd. His people keep talking about his reign. Normally not the thing to do. All monarchs can and genuinely do things their own way within the constitutional parameters. Now, that was from Robert Jobson. And down here, I believe that was from Celebici. I really feel like William is his father's biggest opposition, even more than Harry. Harry's comments about him, about not knowing how much time Charles had left, were emotional and a heartfelt plea for reconciliation. Meanwhile, Charles's actual heir has been behaving as if Charles already has one foot in the funeral pyre and good riddance. Anyway, a bit odd. His people keeps talking about his reign. Normally, not the thing to do, is actually pretty scathing from a Charles loyalist, as is it probably would have been seen best unsaid. So, okay, that is what Henry VIII said. There has been a monumental shift in the tone from every generally royal-friendly press outlet regarding Kate Middleton's most recent no-show. And there's Kate struggling with royal life. Who, Kate? Kate wasn't struggling with royal life when she was on vacations. She wasn't struggling with royal life when she spread the lie that Meghan made her cry. She wasn't struggling. She was relishing. Oh, okay, that was from Martin from what was that? Martin from Ministry of Hacks. Morning. Yeah, anyway, that's Martin. Kate Middleton recalibrating. Yeah, there she go again. Uh-oh, do we want to listen to him? He drops a F-bomb. I'm kind of scared. Anyway, he was good when he spoke about her canceling. I can't think of the last time there have been this many negative headlines this close together for a wank. Let me see. We might be hitting pre-Sussex territory. Gosh, I hope so. Buckingham Palace drafts Operation Reading Bridge in case Kate Middleton death. Ooh, that's scary. What does it feel like to be 43 years old and they're already planning your funeral? Something very strange about that. Maybe that's why she couldn't come to work that day, because she was upset knowing they were planning her funeral. Huh? Okay. All right. And Prince William to undertake new engagements next week without Kate by his side. I think that is strange that Kate is not going to be by his side. You know, that they announced it in advance. That's one of those things where you just either have a cradle for it or you don't. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Kate Middleton's struggles with royal life show a striking similarity to Meghan. Now, I hated this article. I hated it. This article made little or absolutely no sense whatsoever. There is nothing that identifies Kate's struggle with Meghan's. They were trying to say all of this stuff about how the royal princesses that marry into the family, blah, 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 blah. Go tell it on the mountain. I'm not buying it. Not for Kate. Everything goes her way. Not in the least. You can try to sell that to someone else, but we ain't buying over here. There was nothing identical to their experiences. Not a thing. I'm just so done with the prove it game. Maybe worthiness comes from when you stop having to feel like you are in the prove it game. Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Also, I believe that there is a war going on between these two, and there has been for quite some time. And Camilla has literally ordered Kate to stop wearing the very royal electric blue that Camilla is so enamored with. She does not want anyone else in the family to wear that tone. And from what I hear, so long as Camilla is there, Kate is not allowed to wear that very regal blue that she is so famous for. It's just not allowed. Oh, there you go. Talk about a face like thunder. It's like thunder, psh, lightning. Psh. The way you love me is frightening. You better knock on wood, baby. Woo, ooh, 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 baby. Ooh, 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 ooh. You better knock on wood. You better knock on wood. You better knock on wood. Anastasia, you're here just in time to hear me saying, knock on wood. I used to love that song. You better knock, knock, knock on wood. Let me see. Joan Garcia says, Baron, since the Royals love old vintage stuff, someone needs to send them an old spinning machine to keep spinning their lies. Hello. Yes. Yes. That's what they need. Something to help them spin those lies. Let me see. The People's Duchess says, glad they confirmed Meghan was telling the truth about avoiding wearing the same colors as the Queen. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you, Joan Garcia. You know what? On that point, I had totally forgotten about the when Kate wanted everyone to wear the same color, all of the women to wear the same color to Westminster Abbey for the, oh gosh, what was it? The Christmas Carol. Yeah. You know, I could not figure out why some people were so offended by that. But as it was explained to me, Kate Middleton was actually being shady because of what Meghan said about not wearing the same colors to the same event as the other royals. So apparently, Kate deliberately orchestrated that. Even Charlotte had on the same color, that maroon. That was all deliberate. Kate is a mean girl and very shady. And to your point, People's Duchess, Queen Camilla decided to pull rank on Kate, and then Kate couldn't wear what she wanted to wear. And so there you go. Meghan was telling the truth. The evidence is right in front of us. Yep, Meghan was telling the truth about the whole coat gate and such. So anyway, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you so much for being here. Hey, Legs, I didn't know you were here. Oh, okay, Cranberry. And did William make them all wear it so he could take a swipe at Meghan? I think that we give Kate too much credit. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like she wouldn't be smart enough to come up with something like that on her own. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You know what else I'm picking up? Ricola. Ricola. Let me see. Pull that away. By the way, I put this picture together myself. I wanted something that looked very menacing and foreboding. I thought it was a perfect background for those two people. Yeah, thought that was a great background for them. Okay, let me see. All right. Oh yes, this person, former host of GB News, Albie Amakona, alleged he was racially discriminated against and unfairly dismissed after saying he believes Suella Braverman was a racist and a thoroughly bigoted woman. One of the squatties said, boo hoo. You thought because your mostly right-wing rhetoric aligned with them, you would somehow get a pass? Newsflash, they still see you as the infamous letter of the alphabet. I think they mean the N-word, right? Same goes for that Nana with the bad wigs. Just wait. Yeah, the same goes for Nana with the bad wigs. You think they don't know who you are, boo? They got your number, left, right, and center. They were just waiting until it was to their advantage to bid you adieu. But yeah, you're toast, buddy. You are toast. And take Nana with you, because I'm sure that they've all had their fill when it comes to yep. Okay. Oh, poor Eamon Holmes faces chorus of boos as he accepts the accolades from GB News at the Trick Awards in his wheelchair. Looking like Detective Ironside. Let me see here. Yes, and poor Eamon, who ended up throwing himself out of the chair when he felt like he wasn't getting enough attention. He literally spun around and threw himself to the floor in a horrendous thud that was so jarring that it left his co-anchor a stammering mute. He didn't know what to say next. I mean, 1 minute, the 1 minute, Eamon Holmes is listening attentively, and next thing you know, his feet are up in the air. Well, make up your mind. Either you want to sit in a chair or you don't. This is why we can't have nice things. Now, he claims that the chair had some wonky wheels, but we all know that's not the case. Okay, where is that? Y'all know what I'm looking for. And you know that. You know what I'm looking for. Okay, where are you? Do not hide from me. I don't know why this reminds me of the Dick Van Dyke Show. The only thing is Dick Van Dyke got right up. I'm not sure he was able to do that. They said there was a long pause between the fall and him sitting back at the desk. Okay, I don't see it, so I'm going to just move on. There we go. There we go.
And this is where, I think reform will do very well, as they did with the Scunthorpe Steelworks. So they came directly to say, that's an area government needs to step in. That's where nationalisation needs to come in.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, forget it. Fine. Just carry on. And so, look, there's government needs to step in. That's where nationalisation needs to come in.
my gosh.
Okay, forget it. Fine. Just carry on.
And so look, there's and this is where, I think reform will do very well, as they did with the Scunthorpe Steelworks. So they came directly to say, that's an area government needs to step in. That's where nationalisation needs to come in.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, forget it. Fine. Just carry on.
And so, look, there's
Oh, Lord. That was one of the best days of my life. Poor Eamon. Poor Eamon just threw himself out the chair because a younger and far more attractive, lean, healthy anchor man is at the desk, or panelist, whatever you want to call it. And I guess he felt like he wasn't getting the attention that he deserved. So eventually he threw himself across the room. He literally ricocheted off of the sound stage and found himself spread out in the floor. They had to take a long break to give him a chance to compose himself. So, like I said, one of my favorite days. Fine. Carry on. Fine. Just carry on. Fine. But you're not fine. You're not fine. Oh, well. Okay. And, of course, some more tea on him. Truth about why Eamon Holmes fell off his chair. He said it had some pretty wonky wheels. The wheels were very wonky, and that, and then someone else even had the nerves to try to give him cover.
Will do very well, as they did with the Scunthorpe Steelworks. So they came directly to say, that's an area government needs to step in. That's where nationalisation needs to come in.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, forget it. Fine. Just carry on.
Forget it. Fine. Just carry on. Retired? He can't retire. Have you seen his girlfriend? He can't retire. Look at his girlfriend over there in the upper left. No, he can't afford to retire. He's got to buy her some pretty things and such. Yep. No. He better not retire. I don't care what the circumstances is. I'm just going to say he can't afford it. Fine. Just carry on. Fine. Just carry on. Fine. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, let me see, what is that? They had to have it coincide with the COP to get some of the media attention it receives. Isn't that something? They're so insecure. That is, William is so insecure about going to Brazil for his Earth shot, so he had to change the timing so that he will be someplace where he can force the press to pay attention to him. Well, if he wants the press to pay attention, there is one way he can get it.
Directly to say, that's an area government needs to step in. That's where nationalisation needs to come in.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, forget it. Fine. Just carry on.
Yeah, if William wants attention, he had to be prepared to throw himself out of a chair. He has to do like Eamon and be prepared to throw himself out of a chair. And everybody will be looking your way. Everybody. Yeah, if you want that kind of attention, be prepared to be down on all fours. Wait a minute, what am I saying? We're talking about William. William was destined to be down on all fours. But yeah, fine. Fine, I'm fine. Carry on. Fine. Corrupt billionaire head of state demanding a military parade for his birthday. Funny seeing British commentators upset by Trump's monarcho pretensions when they ignore the same here. Charles wanted to impress people, so he had them hang images of Windrush heroes all over the White House. I'm sorry, all over the palace, the Buckingham Palace. Yeah, he had them hang those images inside of the Buckingham Palace to try to impress the, because I think it was Windrush Day or something like that. Yeah, I think it was Windrush Day. PR stunt alert. King Charles III Windrush portraits are a hollow gesture when thousands of victims still await justice and compensation. Honoring when thousands of victims still await justice and compensation. Honoring Black people with paintings while denying them real restitution is performative hypocrisy. I like Narendra Kaur. And Graham Smith says they revel in their family history, yet refuse to apologize for the appalling crimes their family committed against Africans and Caribbean people. They are sitting on millions inherited from slave trading forebears, but won't pay reparations. But sure, show some paintings. And there's Kate doing the, she's doing the little dance. It is called the Wimbledon Cha-Cha. That's what she's doing. It's a little dance called the Wimbledon Cha-Cha. You pick up the trophy and you walk back and forth, cha-cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. That's how sick she is. She's so ill that she's actually at the palace right now doing her dance called the Wimbledon Cha-Cha. Yeah. She's so proud of herself. Look at how she got her arms all pulled back. That was when she was standing in the royal box. She had her arms all pulled back and had her face all pushed out. Oh, she was so proud of herself. Well, after all, it's the press that keeps saying brave Kate. They keep reminding people how brave she is. I guess if something has a big question mark or an asterisk over it, it does require bravery to tell certain stories that seem rather questionable, right? That seem to lack consistency, lack authenticity. Yeah, I guess that would make one brave if every time you told a story, it came out in a different manner. Yeah, that takes some confidence. You really got to know yourself to do that. I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. And the answer is yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's been a while, so I think we all deserve it. So the answer is yes. Okay.
And I love Prince Harry, and Prince Harry should be king. He should be king. Prince Harry, not William. William and all of them in there. Camilla is the wicked witch of the devil himself, because she is part of why Princess Diana is not here. I do not like them. I am from the islands, and we don't need them in the Caribbean. Get lost. demolish the monarchy. This is 2023, okay? And I will support Harry 100%. I do feel for him. Yes, I do. And everything in the book is the truth. And Charles is the monster, not Harry. Harry is no monster, not Meghan. He's bringing the story out right now. They are evil people. They are not nice. Behind the wall, we all are one human being, and behind that wall there are no difference with me and you and any other Brits. Give the people back the money. They are just welfare recipients living off the taxpayers of the British people. And the British people are stupid supporting that nonsense monarchy. It is nothing. It's just a title. It means nothing, a title. I'm angry at them.
Give the people back their money. And the British people, they're stupid putting up with this nonsense. Living off the taxpayer. There's no difference between you and me and any other Brits. Give the people back their money. Yep, she's somewhere in one of those several royal households doing the Wimbledon cha-cha. Well, since she doesn't have the trophy, what she substitutes is like one of those Ming Vase or something like that. And so she goes around, I'm going to Wimbledon cha-cha-cha. I'm going to Wimbledon cha-cha-cha. Yeah, she just does a little cha-cha. So even though she's supposed to be sick, she it's party central wherever she is right now. Oh Lord, look at this big sloppy mess. It turns out that this person who is allegedly reported to be one of those derangers. I appreciate you not saying the name of the channel, by the way. We don't need to give her any help. But this deranged individual happened to have been seen near the mall on the day of the Trooping the Colors, carrying a little stool in one hand, and of course that big zoom camera with that incredibly expensive lens in the other hand. And then, of course, that stick that stabilizes the image. Well, she was seen lurking about at the Trooping the Color. And, of course, one side of her, and all I can think of was some elephant at the circus balancing herself on a stool, just like her, trying to create balance. Maybe that's why Kate said that. Maybe when Kate said balance, she was actually thinking about the same thing. How much she looked like an elephant balancing herself on that little stool. And then, of course, there were reports from the hotel where she stayed. They were trying to find out if any of the royal channels, if you have a direct phone number for her, please let her know that the hotel would like to return her undergarment. This thing that looks like it belongs on one of those tall ships was left behind in the room where she was staying. So again, if you guys know how to get in touch with her, let her know that she left those huge, gigantic granny bloomers at the hotel, and they would like to return them to her. Yeah. Now, there has been some interest from the fire brigade. They thought that those gigantic bloomers could actually be used as a safety device, just in case, if there's a fire and people need to leap out the windows, they could just kind of stretch it out, and it has just enough give to keep them from plummeting, to the ground in a way that would be detrimental. So again, if you know how to get in touch with her, just let her know that these gigantic granny bloomers, they come 3 in the pack from FW Woolworth. Let her know, because they want to send those back ASAP. Okay. That looks like something that they can hang over Buckingham Palace, so when the king is in residence. Okay, so that was it for, what day was that? The 24th. Now we do the 25th. We're almost there, you guys. Now let's breeze through this one. Yes, some tea, lots of tea. Invictus Games, Vancouver raised $86.1 million for economic impact in British Columbia and across Canada. Also, you can see that Daejeon, South Korea, they would like to host the 2029 Invictus Games. And so would Abuja, Nigeria. And I have a soft spot for Nigeria because of the way they treated our Duchess. Check out, one of the squatties actually posted an image of their supplies that came from As Ever. Very pretty. Meghan Markle confusing brand is now releasing rosé just in time for summer entertaining. There's nothing confusing about it, sweetie. It is just wine. It is just wine. There's no confusion. You're only confused because you want to be. Why can't you just report like Women's Wear Daily? Meghan Markle expands As Ever brand with first rosé and new summer treats. See how easy that was, Daily Beast? No snark, no shade, just the story. From royalty to rosé, Meghan Markle's brand enters wine market. It sure did. And just a reminder, this is all but 2 of those bottles that are distributed from, the other people. The Highgrove. Yes, King Charles Highgrove Estate. They have a fine selection of wine. So why shouldn't the Duchess of Sussex? It really shouldn't matter, because all of the attention that is being brought to Highgrove, courtesy of Meghan's wine, you couldn't put a price on it. Smell it? Yes, you want to pour. You want to pour the wine into the glass. Try to avoid splashing it, right? And then you just kind of stick your nose down in there and appreciate that delicate bouquet. And then you want to hold the glass, hold it by the stem up to the light, and you just kind of, swirl it around the inside of the glass. That is what they call checking the legs. A good wine should have legs, right? And then after that, that's when that magic moment comes where you could actually take a sip of the wine, right? Now follow me. Now, what I just did there is you want to aerate the wine on your taste buds. That's what they call that. You want to aerate it. And when you do that, it releases all those flavor notes so that you can really get a good idea of how delicious the wine is. So remember, you want to swirl it a bit to check the legs. Then you want to put your nose down in that glass and Enjoy that light, delicate bouquet of the rosé, right? And then you take a sip. You don't want to swallow it right away. You want to aerate it on your tongue. Get all that flavor. Now you may swallow it. And then after that, you just want to discreetly sip on it. You don't want to rush it. It's not Gatorade. It is a rosé with a nice, bright flavor for the summer. I can't wait to get my bottle because that's exactly what I'm going to do. By the way, you guys, I put a link at the top of the chat. That is for the People's Duchess. At least I think that's what I just did. Is that what I did? I think I did. Yes, it's the People's Duchess. Another fine Sussex-friendly space. So anyway, you guys, you got your marching orders. I have explained to you how to sample your wine. Now go get it. Words do matter, says, oh, hello, Baron and Squatties. Baron, did you listen to Harry's whole New York City speech? I did not. I still could not find it. I'm so sorry. Let me see. Lilac Glow says, oh, it's a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And as always, thank you for watching Royal Sussex. All right. All right. Sorry, I missed that other. Let me see. Okay. All right. Let me continue. What do we have here? Yes, more of Meghan's rosé. I cannot wait. It just looks delicious. Anyway, by the time Meghan is done, whenever she decides to grace that institution with her presence, I think she is going to be dressed to the nines or the tens of billions or whatever. Oh my goodness. You guys, when the Sussexes make their first $1 billion, when they get to that point, what's going to happen is there's going to be someone that have a very similar financial portfolio, right? And they are going to have to, I don't know, settle some things or whatever. And we're going to find out that that person is a billionaire. And when that happens, we are going to find out that the Sussexes are billionaires. So just wait, you guys. It is going to happen. I don't know how soon, but we're on our way. They're off to a good start. I don't even know if they made their first 100 million yet, but I am looking forward to the days when they are loaded. Loaded. Okay. Okay. All right. And of course, the old cash for honors. The old cash for honors. Well, this time it is cash for, what was it for? For William. For William's people. Please, sir, may I have another? Prince William jets off to South Africa while tenants freeze in moldy homes. Like father, like son, it appears that some of William's tenants are not enjoying the basic household conveniences like double pane glass, a modern heating system, and also mold and more mold. Lots of it. Old the slumlord billionaire. This is the winning design for the National Memorial for Queen Elizabeth II. Will also feature her husband, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, alongside a traditional statue of the late Queen. So as you can see on the left, you will be greeted at the gate by those two figures right there, depicting the Queen and the Prince Philip. And then here is a huge equestrian statue. Now, I found out recently that that statue is going to face out to the mall. So when people are, I guess, walking down the mall, they'll look to one side of the park area and they will see this huge equestrian statue, right? Yes. Okay. Well, that's what it looks like. And then someone else said, how about this winning design? Since you want to design something to remind us of Queen Elizabeth's reign, how about this? A food bank line. Kate Middleton and Prince William make it clear the relationship is broken. I could believe that. Well, this is one of those fly-by-night news services, and like anything else, there may be an air of truth to it. The monarchy, Kate Middleton, William, and Harry when they take the crown. Meanwhile, Charles III faces his own dilemma after a bad year in which he has had to deal with the health problems and tensions. Okay. Fine. I'm fine. Fine. Eamon and GB News' triumph was not met with such a good reception at the venue. However, as a chorus of boos rang out as the Northern Irishman accepted the accolades, one angry attendee even heckled Eamon while he gave his acceptance speech. You know what? There was some people that worked for GB News that were offended that Eamon Home actually accepted the trophy on their behalf. They would have preferred that that someone else gave a speech and everything. So anyway, it was a huge spot of bother. Well. Look at what the cat dragged in. Come on, Slim says, those people really thought Harry and Meghan would end up in a double wide begging to come back to the fold, only to realize without Harry and Meghan, the fold is slowly fading. See how my voice got quiet as I got further away? Because it's fading. Anyway, thank you so much. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Yes, that person that you see on the screen, do not adjust your device. That is actually the well, how do I put it? They call it Ozempic face, but I don't think so. I think something else is at play. I really do think something else is at play, but whatever it is, she looks terrible. Yes. Lordy have mercy. I'm not going to say that anybody deserves to have a rough time at it, but she has always been that person. And yeah, I'll leave it there. Zara and Mike go viral. Why? Swinging beers, something like that. Anyway, Zara the tongue ring Tyndall. I wonder if she made that face when she went speeding through the countryside at 91 miles an hour and got her license suspended. I wonder if she was making that face when she put the pedal to the metal, huh? Was she making that face when she took off like a rocket, taking advantage of the fact that it was a global pandemic? That's what it looks like to me. Yep, an extra from Hee Haw. Hee Haw. Okay, exclusive King Charles death blueprints revealed. Yeah, that's kind of morbid. That's a bit morbid. How about this? Prince William will snub royal family Christmas if his stepbrother Tom is there. Remember that last year? They said Tom and his sister were going to Sandringham, something that would have never happened with the old queen. But they felt like Camilla needed to be close to her family. So, well, we all know what happened. And I got some other little random articles here, but I'm going to skip those. Okay. Well, Kate Middleton steps out at Wimbledon amid cancer treatment. So she went last year, and chances are, no matter what happens, come hook or crook, she is going to be there this year. She'll be there. Also, this exposed her work ethic, or the lack thereof. There haven't been this many people accusing her of being work shy and lazy in a long time. Kate Middleton, called lazy by the Queen, nicknames her Duchess of Doolittle. What I'm hearing about Kate's future after her sudden absence from Ascot, and why it was a startling reminder of the grueling cancer battle. Well, that is something that Rebecca English has contrived to put out there, because, how do I put this without sounding weird? Anyway, Rebecca English is trying to elevate and uplift Kate so that she won't have nothing but hate and contempt from the public, when it has been affirmed yet again that she is the laziest, not just laziest royal, but just one of the laziest individuals that you'll ever have the misfortune of reading about or seeing on television or whatever. Lazy. Never did care to work. So they're just using excuses now. Oh, and this was, let me see, rehabilitating, simmering. Yeah, they were on her like stank on crap, stank on crap. Oh, Kate, cancer fakery allegations. I think that the Daily Beast wants to say certain things, and they're just not allowed to do it. But at some point, they will exhaust themselves of, explanations and reasons. They will exhaust themselves. You'll see. Henry VIII says, just want to know why no show at the Ascot. Someone is directing this outside of the rota. No one glommed onto the scheduling mishap excuse. And Gabrielle and I says, it's not a big deal. Don't understand the hoopla. Me neither. But it's interesting how the press is not letting this story die. And there's an old Sarah Vine headline right there that says, there's only one way for William and Kate to put an end to all of this cruel speculation. Come clean about what really is going on, or risk drowning in a quagmire of their own making. Now, that is an old article from March of 2024, when everybody was asking the question, where's Kate Middleton? Kavan Sims says, my prediction, this 4th Harry will be sworn in as a U.S. citizen. Thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Well, I don't know. As far as I know, Harry is not interested in becoming a citizen. He is a royalist and a monarchist, and he believes in the possibility of the British monarchy. But he has no use for the tabloid media. And whatever happens in the future, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Don't know. But thank you for your super chat. Okay, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Do 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 do. Okay. Yep, there's okay, this is nothing but the Daily Beast quoting Rebecca English article about how strong Kate is. This is same thing. They're talking about how horrendous her illness was because they just simply did not want to compensate her. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, do I want to play this one? You know what? I didn't came across this one twice. I think I should. That must be my cue to play it. Now, warning, he's going to drop at least one F-bomb. At least one.
If you always have a bad feeling when you cross the line.
Okay. Okay, 1 second. I know you don't hear anything yet. Q. Okay. Where is he at? Where is this guy? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? 'Cause you said you'll always be there for me. Where you at? Where you at?
Cancels an event hours before showtime, and it's called Recalibrating. William hides on his birthday, and it's Private Reflection. But Meghan skipped a tour while pregnant, and you all acted like she burned Buckingham to the ground. Let's talk about the hypocrisy that reeks louder than Ascot's perfume cloud. Kate pulled out of Royal Ascot with less than 2 hours' notice, left the King's carriage seat empty, sent staff into full panic mode. And the press response? She's recalibrating her life. She's finding balance. She's been through a lot. Yeah, no kidding. Cancer, grief, stress. I believe that, and I sympathize. She absolutely deserves time and space to heal. But explain to me why grace was never extended to Meghan. When Meghan miscarried, you called her attention-seeking. When she said she was suicidal, you called her manipulative. When she left the UK to protect her peace, you called it betrayal. Now, let's get to William, the future king. It's his birthday. He releases a perfectly staged photo with puppies and then disappears. No speech, no charity visit, nothing. And suddenly, he's brave for staying home. But Meghan missed a single photo call, and you accused her of sabotaging the monarchy. Make it make sense. You all mocked Meghan for needing time when she was being eaten alive by the press. But Kate gets a few boos, and suddenly she needs to scale back public life for the rest of the year? Be fucking serious. This isn't compassion. It's propaganda with pearls on. If Meghan had canceled Ascot, you would have said she was feuding with the king. If Meghan posted a family photo and ghosted the public, you would have screamed PR stunt. But when it's William and Kate, it's protect their peace. Here's what it is. Selective outrage. You don't care about duty. You care about obedience. And Meghan refused to be obedient to your narrative. Kate deserves recovery. William deserves support. But so did Meghan. And you all gave her hell instead. So stop preaching dignity when you only practice it from one side of the palace gates.
Well, he said what he said. So stop preaching dignity when you only practice it from one side of the palace gates. He's so good. He is so good. Now, his name is the Notorious JTB, and he's on TikTok. He's on Instagram, and you could also find him on the Twitter. But yeah, no lies detected. No lies detected whatsoever. Just lots of truth bombs. Yes, very well said. Very well said. It's not that anybody is wishing anything bad for Kate. It's the hypocrisy. I cannot look at that institution. I cannot look at that family and not think about what they've put Meghan through. That there is this effort that is clearly well organized, a machine. They move as one in their criticism of the Duchess. They act out in a way that can actually create enough hostility that you have to be afraid for the Sussexes every time they go out. And they just won't stop. They don't care how it affects their prey, the selected victim. They don't care how it affects them. Meghan is just one of several people that in the past, just this year alone, has been under the scrutiny of the tabloids. But no one has gotten it worse, in my opinion, than Meghan has, where she has been vetted again and again and again, year after year after year. And for what? There's nothing new under the sun. They just keep recycling the same tired storylines. They have been so desperate for material that the people that would have normally have avoided the whole moon bump, now they're talking about it. Now they're talking about it. Now they're articulating things in a way that make it seem as though they are just questioning what the derangers are saying. But the truth is, they're still putting it out there. They are still putting it out there. It doesn't matter where the source comes from. The fact that they're putting it out there means that they want whatever clickbaits that are available. That's it, and that's all. This is another one. Refuses to be a people pleaser. That is another direct line from the Duchess of Sussex. They are trying to capitalize on Meghan's words to create enough confusion where you don't remember who said it first. Of all the royals and royal adjacent women, who would you consider the biggest people pleaser? It's the Duchess of Sussex, correct? Meghan tried so hard to fit in. She tried so hard to follow the rules and make everyone happy. Princess of Wales is not a people pleaser. She only tries when there are cameras around. She's a follower who does what she's told for the most part. And when she doesn't, do as she's told, the institution tends to punish her severely. Kate is also not someone who bravely or resolutely pushes through anyone or anything. Her power is limited to getting away with the bare minimum and being praised for it. She spent years setting the bar lower and lower, and here we are. Well, everyone's still talking about Kate's withdrawal from Ascot 1 week ago. Previously, a former royal staffer told the Daily Beast that Kate has never found public appearances and the forensic attention and criticism that goes with them at all easy to deal with. And it was just too much this week. Well, now Ingrid Seaweed is chiming, that is, and about how Kate has suddenly decided that she can no longer be a people pleaser. Yeah, right. She never was, and she never will be. She does what she likes whenever she wants, because the truth is there's not much of a price to pay. And as they said, you can't really lower the bar too much, because I don't think it's possible to go any lower. It's just not possible. Oh, well. I actually think if they had just come out and said Kate's exhausted and she didn't feel like she was up to going to Ascot a few hours on a hot day, all of this would have gone so much smoother, and everyone would have been able to latch on to a relatively easy explanation. Instead, we have a full week of wall-to-wall melodrama from royal sources and royal reporters who are all making it sound like people are crazy to expect Kate to show up to an event which was announced and on her schedule. This is a reminder that Kensington Palace still suck at handling any kind of emergency communication. Like a princess pulling out of an appearance at the last minute, KP's incompetence has led us to actually riding in a carriage for Ascot royal procession is absolutely exhausting. And once again, they set the bar even lower for Kate. Yep, they set the bar lower and lower and lower. Queen Kate. The Queen says Kate should get a proper job before Prince William announces their engagement. Over here it says, wedding or not, it's time Waity Katie grew up. Before they were married, there was a lot of scrutiny on Kate Middleton because people just were not impressed. There was nothing impressive about her. She didn't work. She just partied all the time. That was it. There was no there. But a lot of people realized that they wanted someone that was so opposite Princess Diana, someone who didn't even have a voice. Well, that's what they got. So it is pretty, I guess, unheard of that anyone trying to marry into that family, especially at her age. She was, 30, almost 30? And just had nothing. Hadn't done anything, hadn't been anywhere, just nothing. A big pile of nothingness. Oh, well. Okay, let me continue. But she did find time to hang out with Sir Richard Branson wearing her mama's ugly skirt. Let me see. Palace confirmed Kate Middleton is not undergoing cancer treatment. Remember that? On the 17th of January, they were determined that we understood she does not have cancer. It wasn't until March 22nd, sitting on the park bench, looking like a Renaissance Jesus painting, that she actually told the world that she has cancer or cancer was found. It's hard to keep up with. Yeah, very hard to keep up with. Okay. Well, take a look there. That is November 2023, March 2024, October 2024. Will the real Kate Middleton please stand up? Please stand up. Will the real Kate Middleton please stand up? And then one more time, I want you to take a look at the Inquirer there on the right side. It is dated February the 5th. That is the date in which Charles formally announced that he had cancer and was seeking treatment. February the 5th. And yet, that February the 5th issue of the Inquirer is saying that Kate has cancer. A story that wasn't destined to come out until February the 22nd. I still don't know how that happened. How did that happen? How did the Inquirer, of all papers, only comes out once a week, how did they get that scoop? Yeah, the explanation was very unclear. Cancer was found, pre-cancer cells, drink a lot of water, walk out in the sun. That's pretty much all she said. Or how about this one? Wait. Did I go too far? Okay. Lazy Kate Middleton, Prince William bashed for lack of work in 2023 engagements. He is Diana's son. However, he's lazy. So before she had her surgery, they were already saying how lazy she was. And this is the person that you're trying to pit against Meghan? And then, of course, on the right, Sarah Vine, for once in her life, Kate needs to stop worrying about duty and looking after everyone else and just take care of herself. Now, you know what? Sarah Vine gives me gas. Now, how ridiculous does that sound? How ridiculous does that sound? Like Kate is doing so much for other people, as if that was when she went to that school and she was telling them kids something wrong with their brains. She told them their brains were not fully developed. Who does that? Whose idea was it for Kate to go to this school, sit at those little tables so that she could look busy doing busy work and then leave the place without any kind of oversight or whatever? It was so silly, this visit. And what was the point of it other than to make herself seem, yeah, I don't know. With Kate away, Meghan seized her chance to look like the perfect wholesome mompreneur, not mompreneur. Then the real royal mummy returns and had the last word. So last March of 2024, with Meghan and Harry having a great year in 2024, this very childish headline was designed to invoke some kind of aha. In other words, Meghan took advantage of the fact that Kate, who could overwhelm Meghan with the biggest hair or the least amount of work ever done, I don't know what they were thinking, but whatever it was, it's this constant pitting one against the other, right? So when Kate announced that she was, that she had cancer or whatever it was March of 2024. They didn't have a whole lot of room to bring Kate up to speed, seeing that she supposedly hadn't done anything all year. So I just don't know what it means. I really don't. I just feel like they're being extra and being petty for no good reason. The baby mama dance. Some people say that they were mocking the Sussexes. Some people were saying they were just having fun. But at the same time, there are supposed to be no cameras in Buckingham Palace. You're not supposed to pull your phone out and take pictures and stuff. It is forbidden. And yet they did it. And what did they get? They got noticed by the royal family, and nothing happened. See there? At the top, we see you. That is the Prince Charles, well, should I say, Charles and Camilla's Twitter account that they tweet on their behalf, celebrating that they broke the rules by taking pictures and such, as opposed to, tightening up things. And then, of course, only you two can get away with this, followed by you're more royal than Meghan, followed by then said we couldn't film. I'm sorry, they say we couldn't film in Buckingham Palace. And that was my first clue that something was foul, is that they didn't even, well, anyway, let's go on. We'll be there. Yes, they are promising to heckle Charles wherever he goes. And if he's going to entertain Trump, they will be there to protest, especially for their carriage ride. Okay. This ended up being a debate about whether or not to keep the royal family. And Sister Girl there, she panicked because they were saying the quiet parts out loud. The new mayor of New York, eventually, I think he's going to be the new mayor. Let me see. Kate's plan only went as far as to snag Billy. She didn't have a success plan. Still something aside from being crowned queen consort. Still doesn't. What does it? Still don't. Still, what does that say? Still something aside from. Oh, and still doesn't, aside from being crowned queen consort. Okay, you guys, Royal Sussex is drifting into 3 hours. That was not my plan. How is this taking so long? It seemed like I breezed through last time. Now, I guess we're all up to speed, right? Which one was that? That one was that one. Let me push that back up there. And then there's this one. Oh, no, that one was this one. There we go. Right? So I think I tried to decide, do I want to come back tonight and finish? Let me see. I'm just going to go through these. And if I see something, oh, the end of the era. I forgot that happened this week. So long, Anna Wintour. Okay, Ministry of Propaganda. Let me see. She talked about Kate. Oh, there we go. Is my microphone still on? Let me see. I just pushed the wrong thing. Look at how cute I am. Look at how cute my face is. Look at those big plump cheeks. I look like the world's oldest teenager, don't I? I mean, you can see the gray hair, but see how smooth my skin is? I've always had smooth skin now. I look pretty. I look pretty. Reunited, and it feels so good. Okay, we went over yes or no. How many people say yes? How many people say no? Is he or isn't he? Yay or nay? Yes or no? How many people say yes? And how many people say no? Oh, I should do one of those polls, shouldn't I? I've never done that before. Do they still have the poll? You know, I've never done the poll before. I don't know what the heck that is. Let me see. Look like the poll is gone, doesn't it? Oh man, and I didn't even get a chance to use it. Oh well. I guess the poll is still there, but I didn't even get a chance to use it. Oh well, okay. So okay, I guess the yay and nay, yes or no will do. Okay, I see y'all. I see y'all. Oh, I can do that though. Okay, I can still do this. There we go. Okay, those are the little stickers that you can use when you have a membership. Don't forget, you guys. Thank you, Connie Balmer. All right. Prince and Princess of Wales are the most influential in the land. Blech. Not so much. I don't think so. All right. Oh, yes. The booing. I put these up there to remind you guys of just a small sample of how many times Will and Kate have been booed, like at the Celtics game, or they got booed. He got booed when he went to Ulster College or University. And how about when he went to Liverpool, South Africa? He got booed. He doesn't get along with anybody, does he? Yeah. The Wembley Cup, was that where was that at? Anyway, he got booed. He's always getting booed. Fine. Oh, there you go. Throughout everything, new girlfriend Katie Alexander, 22 years his junior, has kept a smile on Holmes' face. Honey, you better keep him smiling. You better, because how else is he going to marry you if he's not happy? You better smile at everything he does, good and bad. You better keep smiling. Otherwise, you ain't going to ever get that big fat insurance policy. Could you imagine how much insurance that old fart got? He's probably insured up the wazoo. So if you want to cut that money, honey, you better keep him smiling. You better tickle him behind the ear or something. Every time he dive onto the floor, you better laugh like crazy. If that's what he wants you to do. Or look concerned or something. Okay. Keep smiling, keep shining, knowing you have an insurance policy for me. That's what friends are for. In good times and bad times, I'll be there to catch you when you fall. That's what friends are for. Daniel Medical, hello to you too. Yep, you better catch him when he fall. Fine. So you guys liked the clown shoes? Was that fun? Yeah, I love the clown shoes. That just gave it that little. I don't know what I was thinking. Something came over me. I'm like, wait a minute. I know what this needs. You on your way out. You know they want to gang up on him and get him fired from the television show, from the GB News. They felt like he don't work enough hours to accept a trophy on their behalf. Oh, Lilac Glow became a new... Oh, there we go. Member, congratulations. Thank you so much. Don't worry, Eamon. Nobody watches anyway. Great news channel. Unfortunately, Holmes just does not fit in. And what else? Trouble in Paradise? Yeah. Okay. Wait, where's my... Okay, there we go. Poor Eamon. Relies on a walking frame amid a crippling health battle. He done broke his collarbone. He done had spinal surgery. Oh no, did you get hurt? I hope not. Daniel Medical, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Greatly appreciate it. Truth about, yeah, we know that already. Why does it seem like, you ever see somebody have a little diaper butt? Not that they wear diapers, but they just look like they got what I call a diaper butt. And that's what he has, a little diaper butt. Even if he had injured himself, I think he still always had a little diaper butt, little diaper booty. Look like he's about to lay an egg. Oh, this was one of the things this week that really got on my nerves. How Harry and Meghan's friends can't resist the royals when it comes to picking sides. From some A-list friends find it hard to stay loyal. Let's go down the list. George and Amal Clooney, not close to Meghan, not close to Harry. They were just some people invited to the wedding as a courtesy, given their status, etc. Victoria and David Beckham. Do you see how old this photo is of Harry standing next to David Beckham. They were never close. It was just polite company. That's it. Or how about Idris Elba? He DJ'd the wedding for the Sussexes, right? But aside from that, nothing. Okay. And who else? Katy Perry. Not a fan. Never really a friend. Just a neighbor. Misha Nunu. Yes, that is Meghan's good girlfriend. But Misha just happened to be at the Royal Ascot. And what was she supposed to do? Run away from Beatrice and Eugenie? Run away from Zara? No, she was polite. She took pictures. It was a fun day. It doesn't question the loyalty to Meghan. Hugh Grosvenor, the Duke of Windsor, a childhood friend. Harry has moved on. Plain and simple. He's in Santa Barbara, Montecito, Santa Barbara, and, well, the other ones aren't. It's just as simple, but it doesn't mean anything bad. But they're trying to make it into something nefarious and sneaky and underhanded. Okay, and who else? Thomas von Stravinsky. Yes, a very close friend of Harry's, and I'm sure they're still close. They just don't see each other face to face from one day to the next. In other words, it's no different than Harry being deployed for the military or just not seeing him. What difference does it make? They're still friends. Edward Enninful, that snake in the grass. Edward Enninful, y'all know he was shady about the time he spent with Meghan. Anyway, I hope he doesn't get American Vogue. I don't want him anywhere near Vogue magazine ever again. But Edward Enninful is not a close friend of Meghan's. None of that. They just made something up to get him welcomed back into anyway, I don't care about that. Let's go on. Not close to Meghan. Oh, wearing Crocs at the Buckingham Palace. Turns out that this he, she, we, you see him? He, she, we. The big he, she, we is wearing Crocs. And they try to make it seem like Charles was a little upset about it, but Charles didn't care. There was somebody else wearing Crocs. Why shouldn't you go to Buckingham Palace looking like you just stepped out to get a loaf of bread? Yeah, Crocs are the way to go. Oh, it's Kate to see you. Let me see here. Look at there. All of this anticipation of Kate coming back to work. And what is she about to do? She's about to take off again. And look at that, an aerial view of the Troop in the Color from last year compared to this year. The crowd is getting thinner and thinner. Every year, the crowd is getting smaller and smaller. What's happening? Oh, I forgot. Queen Elizabeth is no longer with us. Not my king. Yes. All right. We are done with another day. Now, see, that didn't take long. That was about 15 minutes. Let's keep this moving. And that was a 26, 27, 28. Yeah, so we just got 2 days to go. Yes, progress. I got the power. Okay. You guys, Lady Sussex mom passed away. So I made a, what do you call it? I put a card on the community post. Do go over there so that you can leave some kind thoughts and prayers. It looks something like this. Okay. Wait, did I finish that? Oh, there we go. All right, that drops off there. That wasn't supposed to. Anyway, you can see this over on the community post. So I'll put the link for the community post so it'll be easy for you to find it. But please do go over there and leave some kind words. I saw some of you have already shared some things for Lady Sussex. But yeah, her mom had passed away, and I tell you, that was like a kick in the guts. I felt horrible hearing that because I'm always thinking of the Lady Sussex, like listening to us and being with her mom, or, and I know she's got some school projects or PhD, whatever she's working on. Yeah, I'm just like, I feel spiritually like I'm there with her and that I'm just like hanging out with her. So yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's some kind of connection there. I'm not sure what it is. Let's see here. I want to go to the community. No. Oh, that's it. Yeah, there it is. Let me grab my post. And this is for the community tab. Now they just call it the post. All right. And then I'm going to pin that to the top of the chat. And again, thank you very much, everyone who's left a comment already. All right. Thank you so much for all the support, whether you've been with us from the beginning or just discovered as ever. We're so glad you're here. Our debut rosé will be available to order on Tuesday, July the 1st. Crisp and beautifully balanced. This rosé is made for summer's best moments, from lunches that turn into dinners and sun-drenched weekends, where the only thing that's louder than the music is the laughter. We can't wait to share it with you. Now, that was from the Duchess of Sussex. I can't wait to taste it either. I'm looking forward to it. All right. All right, Cintabale. Oh yes, this is Harry's surprise visit to New York. I'm not going to play the sound for that, but Harry looks good as usual. And that's on the website for the Archwell. Yeah, that's on the Archwell website. Canada Reaps, yes, we've read that. Resilience, Travelers, Pitch Up is their newest company that signed on. And let us not forget that Prince Harry is the founder of Travelers. I like to rub that in every so often, lest people forget that Prince Harry is the founder. And right there, you see that? It says Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex, founder, Travelers, the founder. Yep, the founder of Travelers. And this is something that I was looking for the other day, and I didn't see it, but I shared it with you all. When did I share that? Was it last night? No, night before. When Harry went to New York, remember that time when William said he wasn't planning to go? And then Rebecca English said, oh, he told me about that months ago. Yeah, he wasn't planning to go. Yeah, he was. But he just didn't want to be embarrassed by his kid brother. Harry, within a couple of days, had traveled from California to New York and then to, what was it, South Africa? 1805, that is a volunteer fire department in Montecito. Concordia, that event is coming up soon. Halo Trust. Okay. Clinton Global Initiative, Travelers, UN Headquarters, Well Child, and Tabale. He was busy, busy, busy. And if anybody was up to the task, it was Prince Harry. He was all over the place. No, I'm not going to come back later. I'm just going to go ahead and finish now, unless something extraordinary happens. I'm just going to finish up now, and let me see here. Do I see anything? I'm going to look on the Twitter and see if there's any surprise videos or photos or anything. And I don't see a thing from some of my regular sources. Not a thing. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, you guys. Yes? Okay, come on up. Are you outside? Oh, you gotta go around to the other door, to the back. What's that? You have to go to the back door. I'm sorry, that one won't open. Someone coming out? Yeah, that one won't open. Can you go to the back? Yeah, okay, I have a delivery. This is so awkward. I have a delivery and I need to go and get it. Let me find a video and I'll be right back. Let me see. Yeah, I can't let this one get away. Let me see. Oh, I know. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. I am back. Woo! How long was I gone? What, about 5 minutes? All right. Thank you all so much for waiting. I didn't want the Amazon to get away from me. I didn't want the Amazon to get away. By the way, that lady, she's the one that Kate was pulling away from. Remember that? When Kate was like, "Don't touch me. What are you doing? Take your hands off of me." Oh, man. Y'all should have saw me moving. I jumped up like somebody put a Motown record on. I did. I jumped up like somebody put a Motown record on. I'm like, "Ooh, my package. Well, that was quite a workout. Well, let me ask you this. Did y'all even miss me? Did you notice that I had left? Yes? No? Well, okay. I got another question. Do you think Royal Sussex was better when I walked away, or is it better now? Is the quality better? Is the quality? Anyway. Oh no. Oh no. You said your medicine was delivered the other day and someone took it. Oh, I hate stuff like that. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm sure. All right. Just my self-deprecating humor. Okay. So, again, Harry was on top of things. And, oh, yeah. Okay. Good point about the recording equipment. To what end? So, yeah, some people think that the palace put them up to it because they always tell people no photographs. If they, no photographs, no videos. Some people think that this was done deliberately by Buckingham Palace. See there? Right there, they're laughing and talking to Charles. Battle of the Wines. Charles slashes price of his English rosé ahead of Meghan's Fizz launch. See what I mean? They're marketing using the Duchess of Sussex as ever. And here's some pictures of some of the goodies that people received. You can see they're being very generous with those flower sprinkles. Oh, you know what? I love this. I overnighted the Republic of Tea hibiscus for a taste test. Nothing similar. You see that? Nothing similar about it at all. It's night and day. I love Meghan's. I do not like the other. There are levels to this tea game. What they're saying is, okay, Daily Mail reported, "Oh, we found out where Meghan's tea come from." Yeah, so what? It's not the same tea. They may package it there, but not all teas are created equal because there are flavored profiles that are created from the blend process. Yes, they may have packaged the tea, but it's not the same as their hibiscus or whatever it is they had. Not the same. Okay. Well, I probably won't because there's really not a lot going on, which is why I decided Sundays would be my roundup, because they're otherwise, unless Harry and Meghan have something, going on tonight, then I probably won't come back. And plus, I wanted to go on early because, as you know, there are some people who are unable to do those late hours. And so I promised myself that I would make an effort to come on earlier, for the people who couldn't be here with the rather odd hours that I keep. So that's what happened. Yeah, but I probably won't come back later. And no, I'm not opening up my Amazon purchases at all. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. I love this. Do I? Not as much as I'd be embarrassed to tell you what I ordered. I would be embarrassed. Okay, if you're gonna force it out of me. Back in 2018. No, it wasn't 2018. It was back in 2009. I don't remember when it was. Anyway, I went to Saint Denis. It was 2018. I went to Saint Denis. And I was at a one of those street markets or whatever near the cathedral or the basilica. Yes, the basilica. And I noticed these two beautiful forks. And I said, you know what? I want to get that. The forks had just the right balance to it. And of course, I wished I would have got more, but who goes around Europe with a couple of forks in their bag? And this is almost too light. It's not like the other one. It looks just like it, but it's not like my other two. So I don't know if I like these yet. I don't think it's heavy enough. I don't know. Something's not right. Anyway, you hear it? We'll see if I get used to it. But it was only $5. So a set of 8 for $5. That's not bad. These are not, it's easily bent. I don't know. I shouldn't have got these. I'll probably send them back. I'm just kidding. I'm not sending them things back. I need to get out more often, don't I? The fact that I'm celebrating buying a couple of forks, I really do need to get out more often. Okay, so these are some more of the items that people purchased. And you can see how they use their as ever jars, their raspberry spread jars. They use those for their flowers. Well, I don't know. I just, well, I do have to break in the forks, don't I? These feel rather thin and light. I'm not sure I like them. You know what I mean? It's not the same quality. They don't have that Parisian quality that I'm accustomed to. Okay, sometimes I think about the nuclear eye burning. Piece of royal gossip Boris Johnson's wife claimed to have heard a few years ago. Now, I have that article right here. The article really doesn't say much. Okay, it doesn't really say much, but it just alludes to the idea that someone in the royal family has a secret. Okay, and Retiring gossip girl Rachel Johnson. I don't think it's his wife. I think it was his sister that they're referring to. Anyway, it says here, the other day I was told a piece of gossip concerning a senior royal, so thermonuclear that it scorched the inside of my eyelids. It made me realize how much I've missed a good old chinwag during the pandemic and how little I rate Eleanor Roosevelt's what is that? Apocalypse. Great minds discuss great ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people. And then they go on to say, gosh, I'm glad I never had to sit through a 4-hour webinar hosted by the former First Lady, let alone a state dinner. Gossip is the lifeblood of the body social as well as the body politics. So that's it. They're not giving you any idea of what they're talking about or who they're talking about other than something thermonuclear that concerns a member of the royal family. Now, if it's not William and his need to have bearded people, beards, left, right, and center, you know, the 3 guys that he's closest to, they all have beards. And then there's the other beard. And of course, the equerry has a beard. He likes beards. So they're not saying what it is or exactly who it is, just a senior member of the royal family. That's it. So make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. I don't know, you guys. I mean, do you think they're talking about William? Do you think they're talking about Kate? It could be Kate, a senior member of the royal family. Charles and Camilla, they have no shame. They have been exposed in every way possible. So it's got to be down to those two. And let's face it, if Kate really is so turned off with William, if she really doesn't feel inclined to kiss him, there must be some reason for that. But she could be the culprit. Maybe it's not William, maybe it's Kate. But they said thermonuclear gossip. Thermonuclear gossip. That means it must be something. It must be something that if it's discovered, it would jeopardize the House of Windsor. Now, you know, we overstate this idea that this could be the end of the monarchy. We do that all the time. Everything spells the end of the monarchy. But that one right there, it's something that statistically has happened before. They have identified, a couple of kings and one queen who seem to have an eye for a same-sex relationship. We're all grown. We could discuss this. So if that is the case, it's just that here in modern times, if there happens to be something like that going on, then it's more difficult to keep people quiet. It's more difficult to hide those things. Everybody has a camera in their pocket. Everyone has I mean, not just for photographs, but to record videos, audio. And of course, as we know, very powerful people makes very big mistakes. Very powerful people make very big mistakes. They do that all the time. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It could be something really big, or if we find out what it is, it could be like, that was it? Yeah. Let me see. New streaming. Look to level up. Check out StreamYard and get a $10 discount. If anybody's interested in StreamYard, there's a $10 discount. I'm going to delete that. I didn't mean to put that up there, but it was just sitting there. And I'm just sitting here pushing buttons. Vaughn, it's the yellow teeth. Thank you very much, Vaughn, and thank you for the super chat. Yes, William and his famous yellow teeth. Well, Jason Knopf does not have a woman in his life. Jason Knopf is, I think he's gay, and I think that Christian Jones is married and gay. So yeah, I think Jason Knopf is gay. For sure, I think he's gay. But you know what they say, you're known by the company you keep. We're all known by the company we keep. So, I don't know, guys. It's really none of our business. But if a story like that, if that kind of a story were true, it would be huge. It would be absolutely huge. But it's one of those things where educated people, respectable news channels, they're not going to make a big fuss about it. They would probably just acknowledge it and move on. But some of the Murdoch-like news sources, oh my goodness, could you imagine what they would do with that information? But, you know, on a serious note, without being shady or anything, I'm just wondering, constitutionally, what does that do to the monarchy? How would that affect the monarchy as far as constitutional obligations are concerned? Now, I think well, you know what? It shouldn't matter because, okay. Yeah, it should not matter. It should not matter because whatever happens, William is still going to be king. Now, if the next generation has a similar situation, they could be king, but whether or not their heirs, if they ever had any, whether or not those heirs would, you know, be eligible for the throne. Would their marriage to a same-sex partner, would that marriage have the same recognition that is something that haven't even been debated, I'm sure. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we don't know what the nuclear thing is. So until we know for sure, it's all alleged. But I tell you, it would be one of the most interesting things to happen. I'm sorry, I'd be like, Meghan, who? Who? Trying to learn about this same-sex partner thing. What Meghan you talking about? Okay, I'll get back to that later. I mean, it would be the most talked about thing on the planet. Everybody would be thinking the same thing. And you know what that is? Now what? Now what? That's what I'm saying. It would be so interesting to see how they handle that. What becomes of this and what becomes of that? You know what I'm saying? It would just be a huge story. And everybody would be talking about it. Because it would probably be a constitutional crisis. Now, I think everybody would be sympathetic for William, right? And then, of course, maybe he wouldn't be so evil if he can just be himself, if that's who himself is. So, but nobody knows, right? Nobody knows, and we can't put that on him because we don't know if it's true. Just because somebody said something about there's a lot of fruity stories that they would love to talk about doesn't mean that it's directed toward him or anybody else in particular. Yep, that person said it on TV and was abruptly cut off because they were saying too much. And that seemed to put the fear of God in that lady's face. So in the end, it doesn't matter. It may be one of those things where we just never hear anything else about it, ever. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't, now, actually, I am curious though. I want to know what's up. I want to know what's up. At the end of the day, I still want to know what's up. What's up? Yep. I think a lot of people would rally to his support. Yeah. Well, when it comes to the House of Windsor, you know, they have a preference for those types of employees because they don't have to take days off as often is in theory, that they are more available. You know what I mean? They're more available. And that is the rationale. Even the Queen Mother appreciated Backstairs Billy because of the fact that he was available to her for 40 years, I think it was. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I don't know. We may never hear anything about that. Yes. Yes, I do. If there is something to know, I'm pretty sure he does. I'm pretty sure he knows all about it. I'd be willing to bet you he knows the tea. Yeah, if there is something to know, he knows it. I'm sure of that. I don't think it would come as a surprise to anyone. Those that are closest. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it seems to be a certain credibility to it. But whatever it is, I just want them to leave the Sussexes alone. That's all. Whatever they're into or not into, just leave the Sussexes alone. But it just seems to be a lot of things pointing in that direction. And alone, any of them would not mean much. But if you put them all together, it's just like, okay, I see a pattern. I see a pattern. You guys heard Ingrid. Make sure you hit that like button. Yes, yellow teeth. You're right. Yeller. Old yeller. Yeller teeth. They're so yellow. Look at them pretty yellow teeth. I think somebody done struck gold. Yes, old butter teeth. Butter teeth Billy. Billy Butterteeth. That's a good name for him. Billy Butter Teeth. Buttertooth. Billy Buttertooth. Yeah, tooth is better. Billy Buttertooth. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Buttertooth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you His Royal Highness Billy of Buttertooth. Buttertooth Bill. Buttertooth Bill. Is that better? Buttertooth Bill, Billy Buttertooth. Buttertooth Bill. Yeah, that's a good name for him. And so this is love. Mm-hmm. You know, every time I see that photo, that's all I think of is a Disney movie. So this is love. Mm-hmm. Your vibe attracts your tribe. That's what they say. Your vibe attracts your tribe. Oh my goodness. Well, they say Charles wants the Sussexes to be a part of his final performance. Who knows how true this is? Plus, there's nothing confirmed. You know what I'm saying? Those things are very fluid. They never just stick to one thing. Oprah's looking good. This was interesting, talking about the influence of Beyonce. And check it out. Italy wants to be in the running for the 2029 Invictus Games. So that's South Korea, Italy, and Nigeria. I think it's going to be South Korea because they were first to put their bid in. And I think that I think they made a great impression, but that can change because Nigeria has been playing a major catch up with that community center that they're building for the Invictus. That's going to be a very compelling case. So we'll see. We'll see. It'll be interesting, though. Well, look at the brown nose that broke his arm or broke his wrist. Broke his wrist 22 years ago and just now getting it fixed. Again. Oh, yeah, Melinda Gates. They played like this was some big secret, an A-lister. Um, she's rich, but I don't know if you put her on a list. She's not in entertainment. Oh boy, they do too much. And of course, that time when Dolly Parton told everybody that Kate was trying to invite her for tea, and she told her, I can't come and have tea. I'm here to work. You know what work is, don't you, gal? I'm here to work. Maybe we'll try to meet some other time, but I'm here to work. And when I have to work, I do work. I'm not a royal princess. I can't sit around all day and yell at people and order people around. If I stop over, it's usually because I have to work. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, nobody wants it. And you know what else? The Olympic Games. Remember when it was so tough to try to bid for the Olympic Games? Now nobody wants them. I remember Chicago was moving heaven and earth trying to get the Olympic Games, and it just didn't happen. Now the Olympics will come to you because they're running out of people to, to hold the games. Yep, that is a shame. I wonder how that happened. I know how it happened because inevitably whoever hosts the Olympics is going to lose a lot of money. And not everybody can absorb that cost. It's a money loser. You don't make money, you lose money. You have a whole bunch of rotting infrastructure sitting around that is on the verge of collapse. Now, the London Games, they made good use of those locations left over, those venues. Paris, they'll do just fine, but not every city is equipped to deal with that. Now, they built what would have been an Olympic village near the Soldier Field, but eventually they became rental apartments because the whole point was after the games is that the buildings would become affordable housing, market rate housing, and so on. But yeah, they're full now. Great location too. Okay, you guys, we got just one more day to go and we're done. Yes, we have one more day to go, and that's this one. So let's get to it. Want some tea? Herbal or verbal? I will take the verbal for 100. Megan's post from this weekend. What did that say? Weekend plans. Pick, snack, repeat. Pick, snack, repeat. That weekend feeling. You can get those Aquazeras. Those are from Aquazera. Royal Donor offered access to Prince William at Polo Cup for $20K. Yeah, for an extra $20K, you could almost sit in his lap. And of course, they had to mention that she once took a photo with Prince Harry, but it was actually a group photo, which is why they didn't share it in the article. Okay. And of course, Michael Forsyth, who worked for Charles III when he was the Prince of Wales, he's as crooked as the day is long. And anyway, I'm not going to go into full detail, but just say cash for honors. Yeah, cash for honors. And selling some of the gifts that were given to Charles III. Want a shake? Not my king. Yellow t-shirt guy in the house. And there's William actively protesting his father's government. He wants his father out of there so bad he's willing to protest him. Abolish the monarchy, not the right, not the right protest? Not the right to protest. Yeah, abolish the monarchy. Don't abolish the right to protest. Okay. Oh, yeah, I talked about this at length. Carolyn Graham, the vein of my existence, always got some things she's going after the Sussexes. The big secret is that Meghan's berries were picked in one place, trucked to another, and then put on another truck and sent to a shipment center. That was the big secret that she found out, is that basically Meghan is doing what every other manufacturer is doing to get her product on the shelf. No revelations there. No revelations whatsoever. And of course, that is Carolyn Graham sitting up on top of Mount St. Thomas Markle. She had to climb that fleshy, bacteria-filled mountain to come down with a letter. Ooh, could you imagine it? Just looking at him makes me itch. That's what happens when somebody gets on my nerves. The words just start to flow. You can tell when I am particularly bothered by something because the words just seem to flow. But, I don't remember much of what I said, but I know I was quite disturbed by it. And it wasn't the first time either. Back in the day, royals held meetings with the most powerful, famous people on earth, and it was standard. Now, every meeting is accompanied by, "Take that, Meghan." You know what? Oh my gosh, that is so profound. You are so right. It's not even about the person, it's about Meghan. Whoever they're meeting with, that is seconds fiddle to the actual point. And that is, "Take that, Meghan." Just like Camilla's famous Christmas luncheon with Maggie Smith and Dame Judi Dench and Jeremy Clarkson, Hoghead Pierce Morgan. Queen Camilla has shown that she too can attract major celebrities or something like that. It was so silly. It's the silly factor that frustrates me. It really, really frustrates me how childish, how sophomorish they can be with all of this. "Take that, Meghan." Oh, man. Anyway, what can you do? What can you do? But it's just so silly. Aha! Take that, Meghan. Yeah, because everything they do, they're reacting to Meghan. Every time they plan something, they wonder how Meghan is going to react. That is so true. Oh, I don't know if I like these forks. It doesn't balance right. It's only so much you can see in a picture. I got to check this against the existing forks that I have. But this is so easily manipulated. I don't trust it. It says stainless steel. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Hee, hee, hee. Hee, hee, hee. Oh, what did you have to do to get that letter? You know what I'm saying? What went on? How did you get? Oh, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. How did you get that letter? Ooh. Ooh. I feel like I'm going to upchuck. How did you get that letter? What did you do? How did you sacrifice your dignity just to get that letter? It's bad enough you moved down the street. You literally rented a place down the street so that you would have access. And then you had to deal with that big greasy pork chop. Yuck. How did you get that letter? Well, like E.F. Hutton, we make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it. Was that E.F. Hutton? I know it was when E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. Oh, it's Smith Barney. At Smith Barney, we make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it. Well, that's how you get your letters the old-fashioned way. You earn it. I tell you, some people have no shame and no dignity. They could come up with anything. Went up that mountain and come down with that letter. Ugh. Ugh. Yuck. If that ain't enough to make you want to upchuck. Yeah. Ooh. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Anyway, that's Carolyn, the daughter of Dixie, and that's her mother, also a daughter of Dixie. That rebel flag represents every aspect of their body. As a matter of fact, as far as they're concerned, the South will rise again, I declare. Now, let me finish so I can go in there and cook a mess or something. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cook a mess or something. I'm going to scab some grits and some hot water pancakes. Oh, well. Ugh. They made such a big deal about whether the Sussexes were welcome to go to the wedding. I'm glad that they didn't go because we never would have heard the last of it. Plus, they accused everyone who arrived by 70 different private jets. They said they were out of touch. You know, the Sussexes are mom and dad. They're not party people like that. I just couldn't see them going to to something like that. Not going to happen. And it shouldn't. That was a group of people that were extremely wealthy, that are extremely wealthy, and they don't mind flaunting that wealth. You know, they have people that handle things for them. So Harry and Meghan are more hands-on. They're doing as real a parenting as possible. So yeah. Okay. On to the next thing. Oh, this big bodacious woman, the one who said those terrible things about Meghan. And what satisfied my hunch was when I went and checked the status of her OBE. Turns out she has one. Okay. And of course, they went and got the only other African descent member of the royal family. And that, of course, was Princess Anne. The obvious choice is, if you have something like this come up, you want to keep it 100, right? Ten toes down. So yeah, the obvious choice was Afro Annie. And of course, what would either of them be thinking at a time like this? Well, as for Afro Annie, she thought, we got another one. Somebody who will defend the institution no matter what. If somebody calls us racist, they'll come forward and say, no, they ain't. Not to me, they weren't. That's scientific, isn't it? And then, of course, what would that person be thinking? I like her hair. I like her hair. So, yeah, people's priorities are skewed, I think. Yeah. Okay. And what was this one? Oh, yeah, that's just talking about Mika Paris's life, her marriages or whatever. And that was about how the tabloids abused Barack Obama's name during the 60th birthday. Somehow they thought that Meghan should drop everything she was doing and go to his birthday, even though she wasn't invited. Then they made fun of the fact that Meghan wasn't invited. We don't know if she was or she wasn't. But what we do know is her family is on the West Coast, not the East Coast. There's a difference. Oh, that was that very powerful thing that someone wrote. Remember that one? Where is it? Yes, harassment of Michelle Obama and Meghan Markle, the poison we swallow. That was powerful, very powerful. As a matter of fact, I put the link and made it available. So let me see. I think we should end with this. Everything else is just superfluous. Oh. Are y'all ready? Because this is powerful. It is in the, what is that? The Medium. All right. Meghan Markle released another batch. Uh-oh. Okay. By the time the jam got slammed, the pattern was already carved into the culture. Drag her, mock her, profit from it. Meghan Markle released another batch of jam. It sold out in hours. Then came the backlash. She's a fraud. It's not real jam. Who does she think she is? Let's be clear. It's not about jam. It never was. 2 weeks ago, her children's skin color and hair were being scrutinized when she shared new photos. The same woman who accused of manipulating her husband, fabricating her mental health struggles, and being too visible for comfort. She left the palace, but the takedown followed her out the door. Michelle Obama, known this energy, she lived it. She still lives it. Her bare arms caused outrage. Her confidence was called arrogance. She was compared to a man. Even her podcast, thoughtful, vulnerable, and honest, is treated like an inconvenience. She was never soft enough, never silent enough. She didn't perform the role of First Lady. She redefined it through experience and vision. And for that, she was judged relentlessly. This isn't critique, it's harassment. It's routine now, it's digital, and it's profitable. If someone stood outside your home and hurled insults, attacked your children, questioned your marriage, and mocked your body, you'd call the police. But this doesn't happen on doorsteps. It occurs in the air we breathe, but can't be seen. In the third room of social media, we let it pass. Worse, we scroll through it as if it were entertainment. We convince ourselves it's the cost of fame, but fame does not erase humanity. We're being nursed on a cultural diet of destruction, and we are calling it authenticity. It is not true. It is poison. We've built a system that rewards cruelty and masks it as realness. There is no compassion in the algorithm, no empathy in the metrics. The platforms are designed for verbal violence, especially against women who refuse to shrink, especially against Black women who will not be tropes, stereotypes, or silent. People often ask me where I get my strength. I run a wellness and media company. I have spent 2 decades teaching meditation, coaching transformation, guiding people through heartbreak, reinvention, and leadership. I've helped others reclaim their lives, and I've walked through the fire myself, and I know I will again. I know what it means to be seen through someone else's lens before I even speak. To enter a room where assumptions arrive before I do, to carry the weight of being a symbol when I am simply trying to be a person. And I decided long ago the bias, racism, and sexism of others are not mine to carry. It is not my job to explain, correct, or soften their perceptions. My work is to define my humanity, to grow my capabilities as a woman, a mother, a spouse, founder, teacher, and friend in that order, or in whatever order I choose. That is what I see in Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, and in Michelle Obama, the former First Lady of the United States. Not branding, not perfection, persistence. They continue, they create, they build lives from the visible and invisible shattered pieces, even within privilege. And that is what unsettles people the most. In a culture trained to compete, judge, and profit from the humiliation of others, their endurance is a disruption. Even if they unravel in privilege, they do not shrink from the opportunity to be fully alive in this moment. It's not their strength that offends, it's their refusal to be small. So, no, it's not just about jam or a podcast. It's about a deeper, unspoken belief, the envy, the projection, the fear, and a system built to feed on them. We are witnessing a digital sickness that has been engineered, monetized, and normalized. A poison we keep swallowing. And yet, technology is not separate from us, it reflects us. We are living in both the future and the backlash. If a revolution is ahead, it cannot rest on spectacle or outrage alone. It must be rooted in something more profound, radical empathy and deliberate care. Now, that was absolutely beautiful. That was written by Che Marville. Coach Che Marville is renowned life coach who specializes in holistic well-being and personal transformation. So, I think that is a good place to end, don't you? I put the link up yesterday in case you want to share that with someone. I thought it was just so profound, incredibly profound. Mm, 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 mm. They so happy. What a cute couple, huh? Couple of what? I don't know, but what a cute couple. Oh, that was the end. All right. Well, you guys, again, I won't be back later. There's no real need for that. But I will see you all tomorrow. And again, thank you so much for trusting me to do this work. You have no idea how much that means to me. Mm. Okay. Good night, everyone, or good morning, whichever applies. Okay, news and gossip. What happened to the thing for today, though? Right? Okay, not that. Didn't I have a video for today? Seemed like I didn't download it. I mean, not video, but slides. Yeah, it's got to be there. Got to be there in the morning to welcome you into my world. Before we go, do you guys know who that is? Does anybody recognize her? Isn't she beautiful? I'll give you a hint. That is a squatty. Anybody? Anybody recognize her? She's a squatty. That's a nice place she has, too. Looks familiar? Really? She should. Oh, you guys, it looks like Duchess of Success has just come on. Anybody recognize that young lady? Sherry and Sade? Oh, no. You guys won't believe it if I told you. You won't believe it. Okay, let me see if I could give you another image of that person that you might recognize. That's who that is. That is who y'all looking at. I swear for buttermilk. That is Daniel Martin. That is Daniel Martin. Years ago, Daniel discovered makeup and even figured out how to use it for himself. But that is Daniel Martin. Yeah, that is Daniel Martin. Yes, serious. You could go to Daniel Martin's Instagram. He shared it today. Okay. Now I'm trying to see. Let me see here. Anyway, that's the link for what's her name? Anne. So I'm trying to pin it to the top of the chat. There we go. I got it. Okay, you guys. Again, thank you. I suspect Anne is up super late, so I'm going to go over and have a listen. And I know you all probably will too. Anyway, thank you so much. I love you guys so much. You have no idea. This community is so much more than I ever expected. It really is. And it's just like hanging out with old friends. That's what it is. So good night. Love you. God bless. And I'll see y'all next time. Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia Ann Franklin. Thank you, Cookies and Cream. Okay, let's do this. Cheers. Cheers.